2.30 to show us.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody?
Yes, yes, yes. Good evening. Good evening. Ooh, I'm so glad to be back tonight. We get to get in. Whoa, the music just went way quiet. That's crazy. StreamYard. There we go. Shout out Skittles True Crime. I wanted to say thank you to her for all her hard work and all your dedication. Be sharing that channel again too. I'm so proud of her. She's like up to 230 subs already. Shout out Skittles. If you're not, you gotta check her out. She really does put in the work. She does awesome. Shout out to her. That's why I bumped my show back just a little bit, and bumped it back about 15 because I wanted to make. Yeah, she is a blessing. I wanted to make sure that I went and supported her real quick. So I just bumped it back 15 minutes. Nothing big. Wanted to go support her real quick. She is a blessing. So thank you everybody for hopping in. It's going to be a giveaway mug night. I'll show you the mug here shortly. The new mug that we have up. You can purchase them if you want. You don't have to wait for a giveaway. They're only $9 on the store, and I only make 50 cents from it, so really I'm not even worried. I dropped it as much as I could drop it. $9 if you want a coffee cup right now, if you don't win. But I'll show you there in a second. So we'll go ahead and say what's up to everybody. And also, we'll be getting into the body cams and Banfield deep dive here again. So if you haven't checked any of those out, there's the link for the playlist. If you want to check any of those out. In the meantime, we will be getting back to that. Probably 2 more regular shows of Idaho4, and then we'll be getting back into a couple more body cam episodes. Kib Kitty, thank you so much for joining. 49er Girl, ticket number 5. Katrina, ticket number 1. Thank you. Yoli, ticket number 7. Lynn T, ticket number 7. Uh-oh. It's been doing that, hasn't it? Kelly Miller, holy shit. Too sick to join, but wanted to show all. I hope she was getting better. Now she's not. Prayers, Kelly Miller. There's a reason why there's that sunshine next to Kelly Miller's name. Sunshine all over the true crime community. Thank you so much, Kelly Miller. Oh, the sick bug is getting everybody, and I feel so bad for you. Maybe that's why I'm not getting sick, because literally, thank you again, Kelly Miller. I really appreciate that. Maybe because I'm at home all the time, because, literally I wake up and I do work, and then I do the shows, and when I'm not doing shows, I'm doing work for the shows. So really, I really don't, unless I gotta go to the store or something, I don't really go anywhere. So maybe that's why I'm not really getting sick like everybody. Ooh. Nina, ticket number 9. Thank you for hopping in. Oh, yeah, prayers, Kelly Miller, prayers, Caddy, prayers, everybody. Everybody. I'm just dealing with sinuses. That's it. That's it. Mark and Betty, thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 11. Detective Golden, ticket number 12. What's up, Medicated? Thank you for hopping in. Deborah, appreciate you. Yes, get well soon. It's coming back strong, Prayers to everybody, because you never know with that. We've already heard we've already heard in certain parts, from our communities in certain areas, they're already making masks mandatory for certain things. So, yeah, Skittles, true crime, right there. Shout out to her. Oh, I feel so bad for all y'all. Wish I could give you a big comforter that was warm and fuzzy and it just made you go to sleep, Got some comfort, something. Some Ryu shit from Street Fighter. Here you go. Some energy. What's up, Echo? Yeah. Great music from Architect, too. Shout out to Grizz. Somebody was like, hey, can you help somebody out with their intro? I'm like, I've been in graphic design and all that stuff for a long time. I was making websites back in 2009, 2010, 2011. I was making websites back then. And this is, I could paint a picture, but when there's another talented artist, I always love just, what, even when people are like, hey, what do you exactly, it's your painting, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I love showing the intros that we have. And even though I love my space age funky beat music, you know what, I'm gonna play that tonight as a tribute. I'm gonna play this tonight as a tribute to the space age funky beat nights that we always had. But it's I love showing off other people's artistic abilities. And so that's why I was like, yo, I don't even make them, and really I'm so busy with all the work and everything that I love being able to highlight other people. So it's like we could try and hook some people up, but there's so many talented people out there. What's up, Mama Five? I saw Detective said something about the intros being so long. That's another reason too. Like, hey, when we got that other intro from Grizz, because he gave me 2 now. We got the 1, and then we got the extra, the new edition. I gotta show them both. I gotta show them both. Grab a blanket and a snack. Hey, you know? What's up, Unravel? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, feel better vibes, please. What's up, Nefarious? How you doing? Bianca, ticket number 21. Bianca's all over the place. D. Marie, ticket number 13. Caddy. Oh, you know. Hey, when it like, please, nobody apologize. You know what I'm saying? If this technology stuff is secondary. This technology stuff is secondary to you guys. So I feel bad. Please don't ever apologize because you have to miss, or please don't ever apologize. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel bad when people apologize, and that it's no. This technology, it's secondary to real life. You know what I'm saying? Good evening, Tiffany. Oh no, detective. I ain't even gonna highlight that, Tiffany. Not even highlighting it. You're gonna start a war. Oh, okay. Must have been something good. I don't know. I just saw 2 words, Tiffany, and I was like, oh, I'm not highlighting that one. Number 52. Thank you. Yeah. I know it. The space age funky beat all the way back from the beginning. What's up, Control Alt Delete? How you doing, Truth Seeker? Hey, I know. Whose show was I in? Whose show was I? I think I was in. Tiffany, help me out. Whose show was I in? Somebody was saying something. It's like there's only 2 things that get Tiffany going, and it's babies and people messing with her Reese's. Stop. There's some. I think it was Crime Lines. Yes, Crime Lines and Lies. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. Shout out to Crime Lines and Lies. She's a beautiful person too. I would love to have her on the show sometime, for real. I think even if it's not a true crime show, I would love to have Crime Lines and Lies on a Conversations with CJ show. I think that would be really cool. We'd have her for a conversation with CJ where we talk about her and her path and, you know, her dream and her goals and Architect. Here, let me share the link for that too. Hold on. Architect is on Twitter and YouTube. So there's the link for the Twitter. So you can go follow on Twitter. You can go follow on Twitter, and you can go follow or sub on YouTube. And then this is Grizz. 2 very talented individuals there. We got to have Architect back. Hey, what's up, Shonda? How you doing? Thank you for hopping in. So I want to, yeah, he is. I want to show you guys. I'll show you guys a little something. I want to show you something from Twitter here. So give me 1 second. We'll get it switched up and we'll get going. Like I said, we're going to have the coffee cup giveaway tonight. Actually, I'll show you guys that first. Give me 1 second. All right, so this is on Twitter here. This is a good picture. Now this, you know how I was saying how when I went to Pullman in Moscow, when I was talking to the cell phone carrier, all right, uh, I wanted to know where's these towers at? Like, where am I going to run into coverage issues? Because when I went to South Carolina, when I went to Stevens Smith area, I was dead in the water in a couple spots. Like, it was freaked out. So I'm like, yo, I need to know like where I'm going to be a sitting duck. I need to know like where I'm going to have issues, yada, yada. So I sat there and they pulled up their towers on the map. This is T-Mobile. Now, with T-Mobile out there, my phone never had any issues connecting to any kind of towers or had any kind. I was even streaming. Uh, so I was pulling some data. Never had any time. None of the streams cut out at all, except on two roads, Steiner and Walenta Ridge Road. When you go behind the property, so when people want to say that the phone cut out in Pullman, the phone definitely cuts out in between Pullman and Moscow. All I can say is if they did have them issues, then get T-Mobile, because I never did, unless I was by 1122. So when I tell you that, as before I'm even into Moscow, while I'm still in Pullman, I connect to the towers, because when I went to T-Mobile, they showed me the towers. They showed me the coverage where you would have to be outside of your car to use your phone to get a signal, compared to you being able to do a live stream and all this. So I saw all the depths. It looked like a radar map for like like rain or something, right? But the darker the color was, or like what if it was a nasty storm, that's like great coverage. When it's nothing, that means there's like nothing. Even if you're standing outside of the car, there's nothing. So I saw all the differences, and it showed me on a weather map, but then showed me the cities of Pullman and Moscow, and showed me so the path that he would have driven all the way down at the bottom. Yeah, there's a lot of those areas down there where you would have literally had to get out of your car to get on the phone to get a signal. Any of these places, no, except for a little bit south of Moscow, and then a little bit south between Pullman and Moscow. Other than that, it was good coverage all the way around. Now, before you even come into Moscow, before you even see the sign that you're in Moscow, before you even get into Idaho, you are connecting at the tower that 1122 utilized in the PCA. So I wanted to share this tweet real quick. This is showing all these different towers in all these different posts. So I wanted to share this creator, Renla, if it'll let me. So definitely go give or go check out, but definitely show some love, Renla. Doing some work, trying to show everybody again the towers and all of this information. Now, shout out to Caddy, the mod Caddy, showed us the same information. Caddy even was showing us the street cam photos, the quality of all of the cameras that we were showing you as I drove the route to show you all the cameras that exist on the route according to the PCA. So I wanted to highlight another creator that is doing the work as well, putting in all that. So thank you to them. Now, let me get to chat here real quick. Sorry. show you this coffee cup, and we're going to be doing a giveaway here probably in about 2 hours or so. There's Renla003. What's up, Truth? And then I want to kind of introduce something that we're going to be bringing up probably towards the end of the week. It's another case. There's actually two of them. I brought up a one earlier, Grant Solomon. I brought that one up this morning. This next one, this is going to be a case that I'm going to bring up right now. We're doing our OJ25 member live onlys on Sundays. And then you can check out the prior week's stream that we have for everybody Sunday nights for the OJ25. The reason that we're talking about that, the reason that we started that series is because there is a lot more similarities than people realize. And it's going to be a members live only every Sunday and everybody live Sunday night through March 2024 to show everybody and to really open everybody's eyes to really see like, wow, there is a lot more similarities than we really think. Now, this is another case. I don't know if anybody's heard of it, but if you've heard of it, this is another case that's going to be similar to Idaho4. I don't know how many people have talked about it too much, but I thought we could talk about it as well. It's something that happened on a Halloween evening. I believe it was Halloween. Does anybody remember Napa Valley Halloween massacre? I think is what they were. Napa Valley Halloween massacre. Does anybody remember that? What's up, Rock? Let me get this coffee cup ready to show you guys. I'm going to share a couple articles with you and see if you guys recall this or not. And just to show you, we're going to be getting into this show probably at the end of the week here. So here's the coffee cup that we just put up. And let me zoom it up. And this is the coffee cup that you're going to get for the giveaway tonight. Now it's $9 on the store. I dropped the price as much as I possibly could. And the 50 cents is probably just going to go to taxes anyway, and I'm not worried about it. So if you don't win one and you would like to have one, you can always just go to this link right here. And this is right to the coffee mug. Now it'll take about a month. Yvette, she won. We just got that one ordered. Yvette, now, like, if anybody wins, you get a customizable name on your coffee cup. So Yvette and Cherry was the last winner. We got Yvette's coffee cup made. And this is right here. It's got the pink and white Evil CJ show. And then it's got pink Yvette with pink and white Evil CJ show. So that was the winner for that one. That was the first winner, period. And that was going to be customized. Now, but this is just going to be ones that are stock. This one right here, it'll just be a stock cup. And like I said, it'll take about a month or so. And then you'll get that. So we'll be giving one of those away tonight. What's up, MM1 Bella? Thank you. Appreciate that. I love it because the PPP logo looks like it has guitar picks around it. That's why I love it. Peace, positivity, progress. Well, we'll be doing a giveaway tonight. So what I'll do is we'll stop the show at some point. And then I'm going to tell everybody, and I'll show it on the screen too. If you want to enter to win the coffee cup, you just hashtag whatever I have there, and then I'll give like 5 or 10 minutes for everybody to enter if they would like to, and then we'll go ahead and hit the button, and it'll show everybody on screen who wins, who's the latest winner of the coffee cup. and then we'll get those. It'll take about a month. It'll be about a month until you get the cup. And then I love the coffee cups. I'm always drinking coffee. Uh, why not? You know what I mean? Like I think it's really cool to let's give coffee cups away. Peace, positivity, and progress. Excuse me. All right, so here's a couple articles real quick. So this was from September 19th, 2023. Does anybody remember this? The Napa, California Halloween killing remembered 20 years later. Anybody remember that? If you just want the store, here's the store. But right now, I'm getting the mods for the hoodies. We're getting those knocked out of the way. And then once the mods for the hoodies or the hoodies for the mods get knocked out of the way, then I'm going to be starting to work on t-shirts and all that other stuff. So right now this is the merch store, but until all the mod hoodies are done, I'm not going to open up anything else. Once that's open, I'm starting my t-shirt line, where you'll be all those sayings that I've been saying all this time and all this. Yeah, you're going to have them on t-shirts now. Like I said, I don't really promote this merch store that much because of how much they charge. I'm not worried about making that much off the merch. But when they charge that much and I'm not making anything for me to be able to lower the price, that's when I'm like, I don't even feel comfortable, I really don't. I know they're comfortable hoodies and all that other stuff, I know. But when it comes to the prices right now, I'm like, I don't feel comfortable. That's why I never really promote the store other than a coffee cup or something. And once we get the mod hoodies knocked out of the way, t-shirts, hoodies, customizable, just like the store. If you go to the store, you'll see different customizable hoodies for different people or clothing or whatever. Because anything that you guys will order in the future is always going to be customizable. You're always going to have your name. You're always going to have the colors of logos you want. It's going to be what you want, just like Yvette with the coffee cup. I sent her a picture. I said, "Is this cool?" And she was like, "I love it." And I'm like, boom, yeah. Yeah. So just be patient, like with that store. Just it's not me, trust me. That ain't me it ain't me setting that shit. Like it's ridiculous. So that's why I'm doing it another way. That's why there's a cricket. And that's why I'm doing my own clothing. Like it's gonna be my own clothing. I'm not messing with any other company. The company's gonna be me. So that way I can keep it as cheap as possible. All right, so this is the Napa, California Halloween. 20 years later, sitting an hour north of, and here's the link for this article here. And I'll just read this article here real quick, and then it's not very long. I'll read this article real quick, and then we'll get into the show because there's some stuff I want to get into with you guys that we didn't get into this morning. All right, so this is from September 19th, 2023, the Napa, California Halloween killing remembered 20 years later. Sitting an hour north of San Francisco, the quaint suburban neighborhood on Dorset Street in Napa, California, bore virtually no issues with violent crime in 2004. That's why the entire neighborhood was shaken when, on Halloween in 2004, A beauty queen and her roommate were unalived in their suburban home. Napa Valley appeared to be the quintessential American dream with its temperate climate, miles of wineries, beautiful palm trees, mountains, and setting sunsets. It was the preferred spot for wine concierge tourists and honeymooners from around the world. How and why would anyone be filled with so much rage that they would unalive someone and disturb all that peace? And especially so young. Leslie Ann Mazzara and Adrian Insogna were 26 years old at the time when they were unalived. Their third roommate, Lauren Mayenza, then 27, managed to survive and tell the tale. Who were they and who committed the crime? So two of the roommates or two of the friends were unalived the same way as the Idaho4 victims, and one roommate managed to survive and tell the tale. You see what see where we're going? Who were Leslie Ann Mazzara and Adrian Insogna? Leslie Ann Mazzara and Adrian Insogna, and I apologize if I butcher the names, moved to Napa Valley after deciding to focus on their careers. It was an unusual choice for two very attractive and stylish women in their 20s when most of their peers were more focused on partying, socializing, and living it up. The extremely quiet, middle-class neighborhood offered no nightlife and was more than an hour from central San Francisco. It was perfect for their goals. Leslie was a former beauty queen who had just gone through a breakup and wanted to focus on a career in peace and quiet. She had been offered a job as a greeter for a winery run by the director of The Godfather, Francis Ford Coppola. Ooh, wow. Adrienne Insogna had lived in Calistoga, just about 45 minutes north of Napa Valley. She had completed her bachelor's degree in civil engineering at the California Polytechnic State University just 3 years prior to her unaliving. At the time of her passing, she worked at the Napa Sanitation District as an assistant engineer. The two lived a quiet, low-profile life, and so did their third roommate who lived on the second floor. The bout of drama may have been on October 28th, just a few days prior to the crime, when Leslie brought home a boyfriend in the middle of the night and kept her roommates awake as a result of the rendezvous. The 2004 Halloween in Napa Valley that changed everything. And let me get to your comments real quick. I don't want to not pay attention to them, but when I do these document reads, I can't really see chat. 1 second here. Let me switch this up. Nah, we'll go like this. This is fine. And if anybody wants the link again, let me know. Now, just wait. We're just getting into the beginning of it. This was in 2004. Just wait. Do you know about does anybody know about the one surviving? Sorry, I'm getting the comments late here. Yes, he is. I love Bob Ross too. He's so peaceful. Tony Hart. Do you, Yoli? See, I was just doing some work after the show earlier. Space Junkie, what's up? You know the case? I was just doing some work earlier, right? What's up, Toast? Yeah, I was just doing some work earlier with some old press conferences from Moscow, and this news clip popped up about this crime when I was looking at news clips from Moscow, the suggested, and I was like, what the hell's this? Napa Valley. And then I watched, oh, it's been on Dateline. Really? Okay. Well, we can't play that shit. That sucks. I would love to watch it. I'm going to have to watch it. Hold on, let me write that down. 48 hours. Actually, Control Alt Delete. I have a lot of stuff. That's one of the cases that I have a lot of stuff for that we've never. I have about 20 other. I have a work for like 20 other cases that we haven't even had a show on ever. So that is one of them. Is Dylan Rounds. Yeah, I know. It is. That I've had stuff on that case for, oh my gosh, beginning of the year. I know the crime took place before, but I wasn't starting to do prep for that for a show. I mean, there's shit. I probably have enough for a week's worth of shows by now. Because even though we still do these shows, I still do work for all these other ones, new ones. I don't know. I just always want to be prepared. Yeah, this is a crazy case. It says the 2004 Halloween in Napa Valley that changed everything. Despite the drama just a few days earlier, the home and the neighborhood resumed to its tranquil atmosphere. Just a few days. In fact, most of the day was an average Halloween like any other. The girls gave out candy to resident trick-or-treaters all evening until 11 p.m. when they turned off all the lights and hit the hay. But at 2 a.m., all three were woken by a loud sound. Lauren would later describe the sounds as shattered glass all over the lower level of the home, curling screams and heavy footsteps throughout the home. Terrified when the footsteps started to grow louder, Lauren sneakily ducked out of the back door and hid in the yard. Once she heard someone climbing out of the basement window and running off the property, she began to make her way into the home and around the staircase toward the rooms she'd heard the screaming from. She could not believe what was in front of her. Face down in a pool roughly 2 inches deep lay her roommate and former beauty queen Leslie Mazzara. Towards the back of the bed crouched Adrienne Insogna, barely alive and near passing. Lauren, mortified by what she had seen, gasped and slipped on the blood as she frantically tried to make her way out. Oh, man, can you imagine? The immediate question everyone had, who and why had someone done this? Yeah, you're right. It sounds like a bad movie. Yeah, she went back in typically. The timeline it took for detectives to finally determine the unaliver was long. The cops went through every suspect relating to the girl's former and current boyfriends, and for 3 beautiful, attractive young bachelorettes, the list alone was long enough. After 11 months and many failed suspect DNA sampling, the police uncovered a piece of evidence strong enough to link the case with another suspect. Cigarette butts. Is that the other male DNA? Cigarette butts had been found around the perimeter of the residence. This piece of evidence was later disclosed publicly, and not even 3 days later, a young local man with some association with the ladies had written to his parents that he had been planning to unalive himself. He didn't follow through with it. The family convinced him to turn himself into the police instead. Eric Koppel, then 26 years old, confessed to the crime and was promptly arrested by the Napa police. Who is Eric Koppel? Little is actually known about Eric Koppel's background. He had no criminal record at the time of the crime, and he was described as a sweet, gentler man who was publicly adorned by his wife, even on the stand during his trial. What is known is that Koppel was a local Napa Valley resident married to Adrian's best friend, Lily. Lily was close to Adrian, both as a coworker and a gym partner. Overall, the friendship was relatively brief. The two had only known each other a short time since Adrian had moved to the area, but the burning question was why? What caused him to lose control and to commit this crime? Adrian's mother, Arlene, asked. Possible motives. The exact motive has yet to be determined to this day, even if it was an issue he had with his wife's friend. Why so brutally unalive her and Leslie, and why try to come after Lauren next? The only two motives that currently stand. Eric was resentful and possessive over any and all relationships that Lily had that may take away time from him. According to Eric's words, he had a recollection of leaving his home with the knife that night, but no memory of entering the home and what transpired after, effectively claiming he had blacked out. It's hard to believe Eric blacked out considering he had burned his clothes and shoes the same night. He very likely knew what he was doing and the consequences of his actions. Where are they now? Despite the many unanswered questions Eric left behind, justice was served for the two girls. At 26 years old, the Napa Valley unaliver was convicted of 2 life sentences with no possibility of parole. He currently serves time at the Pleasant Valley State Prison in Coalinga, California. The single surviving housemate, Laura Mienza, continues to live under a low profile. Apart from a 2006 interview with the Napa Valley Register where she admitted her healing jump-started seeing Koppel sentenced to life, not much else is known about her latest whereabouts. As of 2023, his wife, Lily, who publicly defended her love to Eric on the stand during his trial, continues to live in the neighborhood that has been altered forever by the brutal slayings. The neighborhood has never been the same. The area has been a fugitive hideout twice, once in 2019 and another time in 2012. It has also been the area for several other shootings. As of 2023, has an Instagram for their police department with a following of about 11,000. While it's remained below the national average in terms of crime, it is slightly above the state's average violent crime rate today. Thought it was kind of interesting. So here's the link to that. Man, it is freaking cold. I'm sitting here like, ugh. That's crazy, right? Bushy eyebrows or not. It does, you think, right? Wine and wineries and mountains and, medicated. I bet you, let's be honest. We all know that BK is glued to everything social media wise with this case. I wouldn't be surprised if, because he's got a tablet, I wouldn't be surprised that he obviously can't type. I'm freezing? What's freezing? Oh, it's freezing out. Yeah. He can't type, but if I this is this is why we had the show this morning talking about some of this other information, right? You don't think the judge, you don't think the people that are involved, you don't even think that BK himself watches these YouTube shows? You know he does. None of them can comment. None of them can comment. Because there's a gag. Doesn't mean if they have the ability to or not, because you know you can't comment, you probably can't like, you probably can't do shit except for type and search. You know, when it comes to your availability to watch shows on the other side. But to say that they're not watching these shows, you know they are. You've heard how glued BK is to this case about himself on social media, you know he's watching all these shows. I'm sure he does, Bella. And that's why I'm having shows like earlier today when we take time out to talk about different parts of information and shit, And and why I showed that little clip from the lawyer, which is he's already done. I think that was a post from like 4 months ago. We showed it 4 months ago. The shit's getting crazy again. There's already somebody else, there's already videos out there right now about somebody's channel and their conspiracies and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why the judge, we're so damn lucky. We are so damn lucky that Judge is allowing what he's allowing, because the prosecution and the defense, neither one of them wanted to allow what's being allowed. So we're damn lucky. It's like court TV zooming in and doing it. It's like, yo, no. So that's why I threw that, because I was like, you know what? What if they are watching this? What if they are out there on YouTube and they come to this show and they're like, wow, this is the only person on fucking YouTube that's respecting what the judge is asking for? What the judge asked Court TV to do? And since Court TV's not doing it, damn straight, that's why I was like, you know what? I better show this coffee cup. Because with all of the stuff back then, because you can go, remember, there was defense didn't want it, prosecution didn't want it, judge didn't want it. And then he was like, you know what? Let me take some time and make a decision. Remember this time period, everybody? Let me take some time, make a decision. Let me see what social media is like. That's when I'm like, you know what? I want cameras. Cameras are so important to me. And if that means that I got to throw up a fucking coffee cup, so be it. Because if it means that whoever over there knows that this channel's going to do what the judge is asking, even if others don't, at least that's one source that they can trust. Because that's how important it is. And I'm so fucking thankful. So thankful. That's why I promoted the shit out of Judge's channel. Ticket number 348. Promoted the shit out of it, because it's like, you know what? I am so proud of Judge because he didn't even have to. He did it. He did it for the people. And when time goes by and all this stuff gets handled and all this stuff gets figured out, everybody's going to come to a point and they're going to understand what I'm saying today. That the fact that Judge allowed this and he's doing this is so important, especially when not only when nobody wanted him to, but also when he gave Court TV an opportunity to, and they just fucked it all up. Like, all up. So shout out to Judge, because you know what? He had every freaking reason not to have anything allowed, and he's doing it. So shout out to him. All right, I wanted to share that with you guys real quick. Now, let me see here. Now, we were talking earlier in the show today about how you gotta have that. I don't even give a shit if it's a camera way in the damn back, yo. I want to be able to hear and see. I don't need to see every part of the trial. Like I said, I don't need to see the parts where they talk about the specifics. That's... I don't... A particular accent, I don't know. I mean, you just heard him when he got pulled over on that body cam. Other than that, send the judge... Oh, I should, John. For real, like, dude, Judge is the fucking bomb. And, you know, and then everybody was coming out like, you know, everybody had a loss and this and that. And I'm like, what? Like, this is a win, everybody. Like, yeah, it's a loss for fucking Court TV. It's a loss for the defense. It's a loss for the prosecution, but it's a win for the fucking people. And that's what's most important. Yeah, I don't think he would. Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Judge is getting a coffee cup from Evil CJ, he's getting a Yeti cup. All right, he's getting a fucking Yeti. That's just how it is. You just go to the damn website, bam, boom, gone. I don't even have to touch the damn thing. I can put a logo on there. Fucking, it can go right on there and it gets shipped right from fucking Yeti. Right to Judge. Wouldn't even touch me. I need a PPP hoodie, Lynn. I need one because I love Judge too. All right, so we were talking earlier about... Okay, so remember when we were talking about why didn't they just get... You know, if they were on to BK before he left, right? If they were on to BK before he left, why didn't they just get his DNA? Why did they... If you were with us this morning, why did they allow this person... Why did they allow this person to travel across country to be exposed to all these other potential victims? I mean, in sketchy areas, when you're talking rest areas. Sketchy. Where do you think they found the DC sniper? At a rest area. They're sketchy. Crimes, rest areas. So you're gonna allow, because I don't think... I've been saying they didn't know shit at that point, but there's some that are saying they knew about him before. Okay, well, if they did, why, number one, this morning, why are they letting somebody that did commit that brutal act travel that far and be exposed to that many different potential victims? Because what would have happened if somebody else would have been brutally attacked from that person? You know what I'm saying? Would that look good? No, it wouldn't. No. The same question would be happening. Why didn't you, right? Why didn't you stop this person? Why didn't you isolate this person? Why didn't you make sure this person couldn't leave? You don't let them. So when it came to them, quote, knowing about him, listen, these are interviews. 12/8. Let me see here. One-on-one interview. That's after. That shortly before. No, that's the day before. This one, 12/8, 12/12, 12/10, 12/16, and then we'll go to 12/28. Okay. Now I want you to listen to what he's saying in each one of these. All right. We're going to go through each one. They're just short little clips of each one, little small ones. We're not going to be sitting here for 2 hours. Listen to what he's saying, and then you tell me if they have his frickin' name.
First, start by explaining why this search for this white vehicle.
So we have,
Again, this is 12/8, 2022. Here's the link to this one. It's only a minute and something. 12/8. 12/8.
First, start by explaining why this search for this white vehicle.
so we have information of a white vehicle that was in the area, either during the time frame of the homicide or around the time frame of the homicide, and we are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle. They may have some valuable information for us, and we're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. So any assistance you can give us, anybody that owns.
Why would he say individuals, everybody? Just like the post that I was mentioning earlier, there was one word that sticks out in all of those shock words, okay? Individuals? If you knew his name. If you knew his name already, right? Individuals?
To the individuals who are in that vehicle in the time
Huh?
frame of the homicide, and we are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle. They may have some valuable information for us.
And not necessarily the vehicle. Okay, that, because listen to what he says in the very beginning. Either
Search for this white vehicle.
either.
So we have information of a white vehicle that was in the area, either during the time frame
Either.
of the homicide or around the time frame of the.
Either or, which means both or one or the other. I'm sorry, this is 12/8, sir. 12/8. And you're either or individuals? What? This is 12/8 and you supposedly knew Koberger's name already, huh?
So we have information of a white vehicle that was in the area, either during the time frame of the homicide or around the time frame of the homicide, and we are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle. They may have some valuable information for us, and we're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are, Mama. 2011 to 2013. They are talking about the suspect's car because this is before it went to the 2015-2016 range. This was when it was still 2011 to 2013 stage. So now that it's 2011 to 2013 Elantra again, and this is 12/8, and you have Koberger's name?
First, start by explaining
Individuals?
why this search for
Individuals?
this white vehicle.
So we have information of a white vehicle that was in the area, either during the time frame of the homicide or around the time frame of the homicide, and we are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle. They may have some valuable information for us.
And who? They? Not him. They?
Individuals who are in that vehicle.
Huh?
They may have some valuable information for us, and we're looking for a 2011 to
Okay, so are you talking about the person that committed the crime, or are you talking about persons that you are asking to be witnesses because you feel that they have information? Which is it? This is 12-8. This is 12-8. Which is it? Is it the car that the suspect drove? Or is it the car that you feel has information that is helpful to the investigation? I'm sorry, what? This is 12-8.
First, start by explaining why this search for this white vehicle.
So we have information of a white vehicle that was in the area, either during the time frame of the homicide or around the time frame of the homicide, and we are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle. They may have some valuable information for us, and we're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. So any assistance you can give us, anybody that
They might have some useful information. I'm sorry. Were we looking for the suspect's car?
owns
What?
one, anybody that knows of someone who owns one or may have been driving one, if you could get a hold of us through our tip line or call us directly, we'd appreciate that.
This body cam image in the white car is
I got to listen to that one more time. This is 12-8, everybody. This is 12-8.
First, start by explaining why this search for this white vehicle.
12-8.
So we have information of a white vehicle that was in the area, either during the time frame of the homicide or around the time frame of the homicide, and we are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle. They may have some valuable information for us, and we're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra. So any assistance you can give us, anybody that owns one, anybody that knows of someone who owns one or may have been driving one, if you could get a hold of us through our tip line or call us directly, we'd appreciate that.
This body cam image in the white car, is this the white car investigators are looking for?
So the body cam image that is out there from an officer who was on a call with the alcohol offense does have a white vehicle in it. This is not the vehicle that we are looking for. So we wanted to clear
Yeah, thanks for clearing that
up with all news
Yeah.
media.
Yeah, it's not our car. We want to make sure we tell you that. It's not our car.
And finally, the tip line, the process. What do you want to tell the public about that?
So the tip line now will
the
go
tip
to
line.
an FBI call center. We've done that because we started receiving many tips, and that call center can categorize those, and they can send those tips back to investigators so we can follow up and make sure that we continue with our investigation.
Good morning. My name's Roger Lanier. I'm a captain with the.
All right, so there's that one. You know what? Let's go check. Let's go check to see if the tip line's still active. Speaking of tip line, let's go see if the tip line is. Oh, it is. It is still active. Let's see what it says. Here's the link to this. I need to make this bigger. Why is it not bigger? Oh, because of the small screen. Here, let me do this. There. Yeah, with the sunroof. Let's see. Tip line. Detectives are looking for context to the events and people involved in these murders to assist with the ongoing investigation. Any odd or out of the ordinary events that took place should be reported. Our focus in the investigation, not the activities. Your information, whether you believe it is significant or not, might be the piece of the puzzle that helps investigators solve these crimes. Yeah, telephone 208-883-7180, email, and digital media, and then all the releases. Now, this was the day before. Oh, it's not showing it. This is the tip right here. So this came out the day before, everybody. When that news clip we were just watching with him. Okay? When he's talking about this 2011 to 2013 vehicle, this was the day before. That or that interview that we just watched. This was put out on 12/7. What we just watched was put out on 12/8, the next day. What happened, Nina? What? Yeah, oh yeah, we'll get to some of those too. So this is the day after that picture. Are you asking for the... But you knew huh? This is 12/8. You supposedly knew Koberger's name? Released 12/7, the vehicle. You can go right here. And it says, where'd it go? (12/7/22). Stock photos of white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. 12/7/22 release. This was the day after. And you're telling me they knew it was Koberger? No. That's why I keep saying they didn't know shit until they got the tip. Here's another one. This is from, well, that's 12/2. Hold on. I think it got messed up. 12/2. 12/10. This is 12/10.
Tell us about the weekend.
Oh, remember this episode with the shit in the back? Yeah, me too. Okay. Now, this is 2 days after the last one we watched. 3 days after the Hyundai Elantra stock photos were released. Okay? Just a couple days.
Tell us about the weekend. So many people in town. What's happening as far as public safety during this time?
This is a very important weekend for the university. It's our commencement weekend, and we're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police around. You'll see us both at the commencement as well as just around town providing safety.
Where are we at in the investigation right now?
Just a couple days
We're working
later.
steady on the investigation still. We're still receiving tips. We're still receiving items in from, down at the lab. Things are continuing. We're still pushing forward, and we're at the normal process of investigation. We're still doing a lot of interviews, and I'm talking to a lot of people.
Which is, that is normal. You're doing a lot of interviews. You're talking to a lot of people. The other shit, it's PR. To say that you're doing things with lab, one couldn't get shit, another one couldn't get shit, and you had to do so. No. PR, right? PR, because we all know what was going on at this time. It's PR.
Tell us about the weekend.
Did they know it was Koberger here?
What's
No.
happening as far as public safety during this time?
This is a very important weekend for the university. It's our commencement weekend, and we're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police around. You'll see us both at the commencement as well as just around town providing safety.
Where are we at in the investigation right now?
We're working steady on the investigation still. We're still receiving tips. We're still receiving items in from, down at the lab. Things are continuing. We're still pushing forward, and we're at the normal process of investigation. We're still doing a lot of interviews, and I'm talking to a lot of people.
What about the number of people involved at this point?
We still have the same amount of staff. Idaho State Patrol, our local Moscow Police Department, detectives, and FBI, not only here locally, but still across our nation, across our state.
You know what? Hold on 1 second. I don't think this dude wears a fucking tie in the office, and I'm going to show you why.
We're still doing a lot of interviews, and I'm talking to a lot of people.
What about the number of people involved at this point?
We still have the same amount of staff.
They don't
Idaho
know
State
Coburger
Patrol,
yet.
Our local Moscow Police Department, detectives, and FBI, not only here locally, but still across our nation, across our state.
Yeah. Let me show you something real quick. I'm trying to tell you, they didn't know shit until they got the tip. That's what I'm trying to tell. People want to say, "Oh, they knew." No, they didn't. Tell me where so far. This is 12:10. You listen to the car. In the previous one, the day after they put the car out there, you're gonna tell me that they had Koberger in their crosshairs? They weren't even saying if the car was part of the crime. It makes absolutely no damn sense. All right. Let me share this with you real quick. I hate that I have to do this like this. I wish I could just switch from one to the next. All right. I don't think this dude wears a tie at the office. Look at this shit, man. That looks like a tie that was just sitting in a damn closet and you threw on real quick. Look at it compared to the rest. It looks like a fucking tie you just grabbed and threw on real quick. Like it sits in a dusty drawer or something. It's like dusty as hell. It's like dusty as hell. Sorry, it just stuck out to me as we're watching that interview. I'm sitting there going, what is that, in a fucking dusty ass desk drawer? And then you just threw it on real quick because somebody was coming in to interview you. You know what I'm saying? Is it a clip on? That's hard telling. It might be. I bet you. Oh my gosh, I think it is. No. I think it is. It is. Look. It is. Look, because over here. Oh my gosh. Look at that. There is no. Look. It doesn't stick out. Oh, it is a fucking clip-on, yo. Oh my gosh, it is a clip-on. Look at this. This part of the neck. Yeah, here's your fucking boom for the day. This part of the neck is that's a clip-on, yo. Oh my gosh. It's a dusty desk drawer clip-on. It's a fuck. A dusty desk drawer clip-on. Who? Hold on. Let me see who threw that out there. Who was that? Ruck. Right there, man. Two minds working together, bro. Two minds working together, bro. I was like, wait a minute. What? That's like a dusty. That's motherfucking. Well, all of a sudden, kaboom. There we go. It's a dusty desk drawer clip-on. Son of a bitch. I love you guys so much. All right. Let's get to some more of these freaking ridiculous clips here. All right. So this is a couple days later. Shout out Ruck. This is a couple days later. All right. Now, this is 12/16. What's up? Oh, shit. Now, this is 12/16. All right. This is 9 days after the photo was released. This was 6 days after this one that we just watched right here. Okay. This was really a bunch of nothing. And I know you've seen these ones before because there was other ones with cards and shit and this and that. We're not talking about that. They didn't know Koberger. Now listen, this is 12/16. Wait till we get to the day before the arrest, okay?
Students are returning home for winter break. Does that present challenges for the investigation?
I think it's always a little bit of a challenge. We went through this, right after Thanksgiving and all that, but we have investigators all across the nation. We have investigators all
Shout
across
out,
the state
Ruck.
with the state police and the FBI. So we'll adapt to that and we'll continue to do our investigation.
What about investigators? Can they keep up this investigative pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace. We're giving individuals time off when they need it. We're augmenting other people into those spots so that the investigation continues, but we're not going to stop investigating this.
What kind of progress has been made regarding
Ooh. Hold on a minute. This is okay. Whoa. Hold on. I just noticed something, you guys. And you're going to shit when I tell you what just popped in my head. Oh. Okay. Look at his. Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna shit. See this face? The other ones, he was, real gentle and oh, just wait, Nina. It's not even. Just wait until like the third part. Okay, the beginning ain't gonna be nothing. Look at his face. The other interviews we just watched. Looks refreshed, right? Looks refreshed, looks relaxed, looks calm, looks collective, looks rested, looks, pretty confident, right? Pretty confident. And then you look at this right here and he looks beat the fuck up, right? Like he looks worn down, run out. He obviously looks. Look at his eyes. Don't look at his mouth, Bella. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. See, it's a sign of like distress. Look at his eyes. The other videos, refreshed, calm, confident. This one, the eyes don't display confidence, okay? Just hold on. Oh, you're not shitting bricks yet. Just wait, Truth, because it ain't even there yet. Trust me. I'm leading up to it. Look at how worn out he is right there. Look at how he looks like there's something wrong. There's something wrong, okay? Now, when you take his look now and you take what he just said, okay? This is a small department, people. At this point, the crime has been taking place for a month already. They already have a rotation set. Just wait. I said there's 3 parts to it. We're on part 2. Wait till you hear part 3. Look at his face, part 1, compared to all the other ones. He looks worn out. He looks distressed. He looks like he's stressed. He looks worn out. He looks like there's something wrong. Number 2, what he just states is that we had to change it up. This is part 2 still. We had to change it up. Number 3, is this when they realized that one of their officers done fucked up? Is this when they realized one of their officers done fucked up? And is that why the Brady Giglio came about. That's what I'm wondering right here. You look at the difference. Number two, number one, look at the difference from his face before all the other ones. Confident as hell. No matter what press conference it is. This is the first one where he looks like this. And then you're going to make the statement in the same one that you had to change it up and you're going to blame it on the holidays. It's December 16th. You're in the middle of frickin' Thanksgiving and Christmas, bro. What you're saying would be said on Christmas Eve, the day after Christmas, the day before Thanksgiving, not directly between Christmas and Thanksgiving. So you're on some bullshit, and I bet you realized one of your officers fucked up. You had to switch everything around and hope that somebody didn't realize that one of your officers done fucked up, and that's why you're worried. And then as time went on, then all of a sudden, yes, one of our officers fucked up. Why else, and this is why I think this, why else would you, and we'll play it again, why else would you need to change a schedule because of holidays when it's 12/16? What? No, you had to change your fucking rotation and who's going there because somebody done fucked up, and you need to start distancing yourself and them from the investigation before it gets any worse.
Students are returning home for winter break. Does that present challenges for the investigation?
It's always a
12/16.
little bit of a challenge. We went through this, right after Thanksgiving and all that, but we have investigators all across the nation. We have investigators all across the state with the state police and the FBI. So we'll adapt to that and we'll continue to do our investigation.
What about investigators? Can they keep up this investigative pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace. We're giving individuals time off when they need it. We're augmenting other people into those spots.
You would already be doing this already. A month later, you would already have perfected your rotation. A month later, you would have already perfected your rotation. There would be no reason for you to change it up for a quote holiday when it's 12/16, bro. One of your officers done fucked up. You need to distance yourself and them from the investigation. You hoped it wouldn't come out. It eventually did, and then you had to confess. And all of a sudden, boom. Yes, we have an officer, Brady Giglio. Sorry, Judge. Here, we got to tell you. Why are you giving what? You would have perfected your rotation on 12/16 by then, period.
State with the state police and the FBI. So we'll adapt to that and we'll continue to do our investigation.
What about investigators? Can they keep up this investigative pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace.
You would have perfected
we're
your
giving individuals
rotation.
time off when they need it. We're
When they
augmenting
need
other
it.
people into those spots so that the investigation continues, but we're not going to stop investigating this.
They're gonna give other people time off when they need it. And we're gonna augment other people into the investigation. I bet you that's when they realized, fuck. That's why, and this is 12/16, everybody. What day did BK get to Pennsylvania? What day did BK get back home? This is 12/16. Do you think they knew about BK then? No. That's why they let BK, or that's why BK went from Pullman to PA. They weren't. This is when they said, oh, fuck. Why do you think everything happened so quick from 12/16 to 12/29 when the PCA was written? The PCA was written 13 days later. What's up, AG? PCA was written 13 days later. Do they look like they know BK is a suspect? Does it look like they even have a clue about BK? To me, it looks like they got a clue that one of their officers done fucked up and they needed to distance him from the investigation, and they had to augment other people into the investigation, and they really needed to hurry up and figure out what the fuck they were going to do, because now that the officer done fucked up, speculation, now that the officer done fucked up and they figured it out and they realized it, now they have to go in PR save our ass fucking mode so it doesn't ruin the whole investigation. So then all the enrollment leaves the University of Idaho, because not only we couldn't find out who the fuck did it, but we done fucked everything up too. Shit, my job's on the line. All these guys' jobs on the line. Our funding. Da 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 da. Look at his face. Look at his face. BK was home when this took place. BK arrived home when this interview was taking place.
What kind of progress
Investigation.
We're going to augment.
What about investigators? Can they
This is
keep
it.
up this investigative
Watch.
pace over the holidays?
We will continue to keep up this pace. We're giving individuals time off when they need it. We're augmenting other people
Brady
in
Giglio.
those spots so that the investigation continues, but we're not going to stop investigating this.
What kind of progress has been made regarding the search for information about the white Hyundai Elantra?
We have looked at massive amounts of video footage, especially in the critical camera areas, and we looked at the 24 hours prior to and 24 hours after of those, and now we're extending that out even further to other cameras and other time frames.
This is 12/16, y'all. Isn't it crazy?
What kind of manpower does it take to really deal with all of the video coming in and the tips?
What's up,
We have
Cindy?
massive
Everybody
amounts of
hopping in.
people
Thank
looking
you.
at this.
Thomas.
Multiple different groups looking at the different videos in different locations, just because we have investigators all across the nation that are reviewing these videos for us.
That's a
and
good
sending us back
question.
information on that.
Tell us about the weekend. So many people in town. What's happening as far as public safety during this time?
This is a very important weekend for the university. It's our commencement weekend, and we're going to have a lot of officers around. We're going to have a lot of Idaho State Police.
Okay, so that was the one from the day before. Now, the last one I'm going to get into, and then we're going to get into some of these other shows. Oh, we skipped the 12/12. Oh, well, you got the point, because we went to 12/16, and you saw even then. Please, no. But 12/16, I think that's when they knew about an officer that was part of the investigation that done fucked up. And I need to remember this date, because if that shit ends up being... I mean, these other shits about the Brady Giglio, I mean, shit, I'm saying even the chain of custody, Why do they not have the chain of custody? Why can't they get the training records? Why can't they get this information? There's only one reason, because it has something to do with somebody that's part of the investigative team or process. And like I was saying, I wouldn't be surprised if the person that's under the Brady Giglio is the person that collected the sheath, and that's why they don't fucking care to use it. Because they already know it's going to get tossed anyway, because the person that collected it is the person that's under the Brady Giglio. What's up, American Princess? Like, that's already been. Now, this is just, I made that video before about the Brady Giglio. The freaking chain of custody. You just add this one right onto it, the 1216, not this interview, but the one before. Where's it at? This one. I don't want to show the wrong face. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to show the wrong face. But when you show, when you get to this one, it's like, yo, now it makes sense. And then you're trying to tell me that you had Koberger's name during this time period when hell, we went to the one that was on 12/8, the day after they put the vehicle out. We went to that interview, and it don't even sound like they're asking for the suspect's car. It sounds like they're asking for somebody that was either or to help them with valuable information. So were you looking for the suspect's car or not? And when you're saying that you're looking for the vehicle, you're looking for a vehicle. That's the same vehicle that then you say is suspect vehicle 1. We've already talked about the suspect vehicle 1, -1 6 months ago. When you come out, and when you first come out for 2019 to a 2023 Nissan Sentra, and that's the first vehicle that you're looking for, is a Nissan Sentra. When the first vehicle you're looking for is a Nissan Sentra, that's when I said, well, what the hell? What are we? Is that suspect vehicle -1? You know what I mean? Passing the gas station. Oh, yeah, Katrina, you did send me that stuff. Okay, let me play this last press conference, and we'll get into some of that, okay, Katrina, since we are on the topic. Thank you for sending those to me, too. Now, this is the press conference from the day before. This is 12/28, okay? This is the day before the PCA.
We're actually doing pretty good.
So here's the link to this, and look at how happy he is here. It's all set. They all have it pieced together. What a drastic change, right? Just 12 days later, what a drastic change. So I showed you all those press conferences with a little bit of conversation. Now we're showing you this one.
We've given people time off. We've adjusted, so we always have people here working on the case. But we've taken some time to spend with our families.
And I know that it's been probably incredibly difficult.
And they really did, because it is Christmas. This is the 28th. Now 12/16, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. 12/28, yes.
So can you tell me a little bit about what officers are handling emotionally with this case?
I think all these cases that any law enforcement goes on are emotional. But, we've brought in counselors and helped officers work through that. And we brought in peer support teams to also give support. And we'll continue to do that as we need to. But all in all, the officers are doing really well.
That's good. Can we talk a little bit about some of the the national attention this case has gotten, and specifically kind of the social media aspect and a lot of, I would
Yeah.
say, like armchair detectives.
Sure.
How has that been in trying to do the real police work when you're getting all of that sort
Lynn.
of attention?
Hey,
It's new, you know. We're not
come on now. Like, since we've been watching these news clips, it's like, you know what I'm saying? We discovered it's a clip on. It's a dusty desk drawer clip on. Shout out, Rook. Appreciate you. Teamwork, baby. Teamwork.
we're not used to the national attention.
Brady Giglio. This is when they figured out shit. No, they weren't on to BK before. I mean, come on now. Come on.
Quite this big.
Come on.
Especially with news crews coming to town and whatnot.
Ugh.
But we brought in a PIO team that's helped us out immensely to deal with just the large amount of requests to do interviews. The online stuff, that's going to happen, right? I mean, that's just the day and age we're in. There's a lot of people who are sending us tips and stuff through that, and we're going to look into all those as well. So some of it's very useful, some of it can be distracting, but we're filtering through that, and we're managing that, and the investigators are using the information that's good to continue on with that.
Yeah. Do you mind if we move that mic down a little
Nope,
bit?
that's
It's
fine.
just kind of rubbing.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
You said it's been kind
I want a polo like that. I want a Chief Fry polo. Son of a bitch. Oh, I have a t-shirt idea, damn it. Oh,
kind of distracting.
I
I'm
need to get
sure
this
that
t-shirt
as
line
you're trying
going.
to
Son of a
parse
bitch, I got another
the-
idea.
I don't want to say there's good tips and bad tips because I'm
Right.
sure you're running
Right.
them all out. But as you're trying to parse through all that information, you said it can be distracting and it's probably a lot of.
Nina, it has to do with the clip-on. You know how like you got. Listen, I'm gonna give you a visual so you guys know what's coming in about a month and a half. All right. Once we get this shit going, about a month and a half, I'm gonna give you a little insight of what's happening here. This is a t-shirt in about a month and a half. You're gonna have the outline. It's just gonna be a t-shirt. It ain't, it's not good. No, it's not gonna have Chief Fry on it anywhere. All right. You know those t-shirts. He does look thinner, doesn't he, Thomas? You know those t-shirts that have like the tuxedo? You know, the tuxedo thing on a t-shirt? Well, instead, I'm going to have a t-shirt that has like a line that comes out like a collar and goes all around the neckline of your t-shirt. And then I'm going to have a couple fake buttons right here. And then it's going to have a clip-on tie on the son of a bitch hanging off to the side. Yeah. And it's going to be like kind of dirty up here too. So it's going to be a polo clip-on dusty desk drawer clip-on the t-shirt. Yes. With the dirty clip-on. Yes. And it's going to have the outline of a collar going all the way around the T. So you'll see a line, you'll see a line going all the way around the T, and then you're going to have a clip-on hanging off to the side with like a couple buttons or something. It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait. But yeah, it's like a tuxedo shirt, but it's not going to be a tuxedo shirt. It's going to be a collar and a clip-on with a couple buttons, Oh, yeah. So in about a month and a half, look for that t-shirt. It will be coming out. It's up here. We just got to get these mod hoodies done first.
Yeah, we've had over 17,000 tips.
Oh, I can't wait.
And we have a team across the nation that's looking at those and pulling stuff that's good. But we want people to continue to, even any tip that there is, even if they don't think it's a valuable tip, we want those because we'll determine whether they're valuable to us. And
yeah, you will.
People may not think that they're valuable, but we still want that stuff to come into us so that we can look at it and decide if it fits our case or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. to look at it and decide if it fits our case or not. Now, this is when, like what Bella was saying, they already had helicopters flying over. 1216, did it look like they had BK? No. Was he talking like they had BK? No. 12 days later, all of a sudden, boom, helicopters. But still, they want your tips to see if it fits.
It's good to continue on with that.
Yeah. Do you mind if you move that mic down a little
Nope,
bit?
that's
It's
fine.
just kind of rubbing.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
It might have been.
You said it's
No,
been kind of
Rose Snack.
distracting. I'm sure that
No.
as you're trying to parse the, I don't want to say there's good tips and bad tips because I'm
Right.
sure you're running
Right.
them all out, but as you're trying to parse through all that information, you said it can be distracting and it's probably a lot of extra work.
Yeah, we've had over 17,000 tips come in, and we have a team across the nation that's looking at those and pulling stuff that's good. But we want people to continue to even any tip that there is, even if they don't think it's a valuable tip, we want those because we'll determine whether they're valuable to us. And people may not think that they're valuable, but we still want that stuff to come into us so that we can look at it and decide if it fits our case or not.
Yeah. And I know a lot of law enforcement says even if you know something you don't think is pertinent to the case, maybe you saw something that you don't know is the
Yeah.
key, but maybe detectives and law enforcement know that that's
Yep.
the thing they need.
That's exactly right, and that's why we've asked people, with any pictures from that night or any video, to send it to us, send it to our tip line. We'll determine whether that's valuable or not, and we have like I said, a team that's looking at all that and bringing things together so that we can paint that picture.
And I know we have a defamation lawsuit going on, and that's probably kind of beyond the scope of what you guys are focused on. But it kind of highlights the national attention of the case and kind of just the, I guess, messiness of the case and what's going on. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
And I just learned about that this morning on the news, and I think I read it in the paper over the weekend. That has to do with the university and the professor, and we're focused on this homicide right now. So that's what we're going to continue to focus on.
I think they were worried the whole time. Cindy, I think they were worried the whole time because from the very beginning, you even had local news stations being very frustrated with Moscow PD because they were being so tight-lipped about it. There was other crimes that had taken place. Even reporters that were local had talked about these other crimes that were similar and how this was something that just wasn't, was out of the ordinary, and how they weren't giving anybody any information. He even reached out to the community, and the community was like freaked out because they're all feeling the same way. They're like, something's wrong here, something's not right. They're not saying nothing, they're being too quiet. This is shady. And they also had in the very beginning, before, this is why I think your TV shows like Banfield and all of these other people were getting this like Banfield, sources close to the investigation, and she kept spewing all this crazy ass shit, and then having these experts coming on spewing this crazy ass shit. And I think that was all a ploy, because I think, like I've always stated, I always thought that Papa Roger was prior. I always felt that that when it came to these tips to the mainstream media about all of this shit that we found out was just spun up stories to fit a narrative, I believe, because in the very beginning, the Moscow PD, whether it was local media or national media, the first couple days until they came out with a press conference, because they hadn't came out with a press conference for a few days after the crime. It took them a few days to even come out with a press conference. And when they finally came out with it, up until that point, local and national media was basically like talking shit about how they done Fumbaloo. You know what I'm saying? And once they came out with that press conference, and then they started to, quote, send out all of this source information. Listen, you're not, yeah, you could be getting it off of Reddit, but if she was getting shit off of Reddit, then she would have been talking about a hell of a lot more shit. Okay? I really feel like there was people inside that investigation from that department that was to get the narrative out there, to get, I mean, think about it. We were all sucked into this shit exactly a year ago, right? Exactly a year ago. I guarantee you we could all go to my show or a lot of our shows from exactly a year ago, and we would see the stuff that we're being fed. Now, we had questions, and appreciate Steve G, because he was the one being real about this. Don't make sense. But when it came to sources inside close to the investigation, we were like, oh shit. Oh shit. And it didn't take until after the PCA came out, because even after the PCA came out, there for another month and some, oh, this story and this story and this story, and we're like, damn. And then when we started to dig into the PCA, and I was like, what? This don't make no, even though it didn't make sense when the PCA came out, you can go back to that show, 1/5/2023, when I streamed the show. I even said that day, there's a lot of holes in this PCA. But when I was looking at what was on the PCA, I still felt, okay, well, he must be guilty as shit. I mean, they have all this, everybody. Even though this doesn't make sense and this doesn't make sense, and you really could poke holes in all of this stuff, but you can't poke holes in the DNA. Then when you start to keep exploring the PCA, and then you're like, well, this didn't make sense, so why don't we talk about this? And then you start to dig into it. You're like, oh yeah, this really don't make sense. But then how does this make sense if this don't make sense? And then it just, that's when you started to go, okay. And that's when Nancy Grace was one of the last people I really fucking watched from mainstream media other than Sarah Azari or Brian Enton. You know? That's when I was like, and Nancy Grace, that was like, I love Nancy, I still do, but I got to a point where I was even giving Nancy Grace way more, because it just got to a point where there was just too much. I'm sorry, there's some shows out there that are going to be about talking about information and theatricals, right? Some shows are about the theatricals. Okay. Instead of just regular, calm, collective conversation, it's about theatricals. Nancy Grace, theatrical. Oh my gosh! And then, you know, all this creepy hands and you know, like you're watching some Sam Kinison comedy act, except it's Nancy Grace. Oh my gosh! You know, Sam Kinison, same shit. Got to be too much. It's like, yo. So when you start to realize, yeah, this is all because it's there. Let's paint the whole fucking picture. She is too much anymore. I mean, I love her, but damn, just like I love Vinny. Vinny's still cool. I'm still cool with Vinny. Vinny's close. you guys know Vinny's close. We're gonna be watching some Vinny tonight because I got a special old nugget for you. Oh, she is big time, Lynn, and it's just it just got to be too much. The speculation and when he broke into a girl's house knowing that she was going to ask him to search for security cameras and knowing that she was going to ask him to set him up and knowing that she was going to ask him to set the password and knowing that she wasn't going to know how to change the password so then he could log into the password when he's at home and he can watch her in her undergarments eating cereal and shit and doing this. And that's when I was like, Nancy, okay, I'm sorry, Nancy. I can't do it no more. I'm sorry. When you come out and say some shit like, yeah, Vinny's close. We'll be getting into Vinny. But here, again, like, yeah, he's grinning. They obviously knew what was going on. This is the main part I wanted to play of this one right here. Whatever tips fit.
I don't want to say there's good tips and bad tips because
Right.
I'm sure you're running
Right.
them all out. But as you're trying to parse through all that information, you said it can be distracting and it's probably a lot of extra work.
Yeah, we've had over 17,000 tips
I can't do it.
come in.
I'm sorry,
And
Nancy.
we have a team across the nation that's looking at those and pulling stuff that's good. But we want people to continue to, even any tip that there is, even if they don't think it's a valuable tip, we want those because we'll determine whether they're valuable to us. And people may not think that they're valuable, but we still want that stuff to come into us so that we can look at it and decide if it fits our case or not.
Yeah. And I know a lot of law enforcement says even if you know something you don't think is pertinent to the case, maybe you saw something that you don't know is the key, but maybe detectives and law enforcement know that that's the thing they need.
That's exactly right, and that's why we've asked people, with any pictures from that night or any video to send it to us, send it to our tip line. We'll determine whether that's valuable or not, and we have, like I said, a team that's looking at all that and bringing things together so that we can paint that picture.
Paint the picture. My gosh, it's crazy how these phrases pop up, right? Paint the picture. We were just saying that. Paint the picture. He probably said it because I said it, right? No. Give me a break. We're YouTubers. But yeah, he knew. All right, let's see if there's anything breaking. I wanted to share that real quick. It was a nice little walk down memory lane going through all those press conferences, but I thought there was a lot of interesting information I wanted to share with you. And plus, it was kind of interesting how in that third one we watched, that crazy idea of just the extension of that Brady Giglio theory. I'm going to have to put them together somehow. I might work on that tonight and maybe make a combo one because it makes, think about it. It makes sense. All right, let me see if there's any breaking. Oh no, there's tornadoes going on still. Prayers to all those affected by those crazy ass storms today and yesterday. Ooh, wow. In Delphi, Supreme Court set to hear oral arguments in January. Other than that, I'm not seeing anything. All right. So I want to go to this. Let me see here. I'll let you guys choose. I'll let you guys choose. So, do you guys want to check out? Do you want to check out the old nugget of Court TV? Where'd it go? YouTube has been crazy. I save prep and then it just doesn't. Hold on. Something's up with YouTube. The playlist, you save shit and then it just doesn't do it. Where in the hell? Okay, this is the Court TV episode where it talks about where did Brian Koberger go after the crime. This is a Court TV episode, so we either have that we can watch where it's got Vinny, or do you guys want to watch the newest video? Well, I guess it's a couple days old, from lawyer Andrew D. Myers and Laney Law when it comes to 5 red flags. So we got 5 red flags, or the Court TV old nugget of where Koberger went after the crime, and there was another one too. Where was it? I don't know what is going on with YouTube. It was about the ant. It was I think it was a law and crime problem. I'll have to search for it. No, this is it's a Court TV episode. It's part of the old notes, fresh notes folder. No, it's the actual Court TV. See right here. You got the fresh notes, old notes folder, and right here is where that's at. It's way down there though. But there were some other ones I was gonna check out, but down here we got, where did it go? Where did it go? There it is, right there. Court TV with Vinny. 5 red flags. All right, let's do it. Yeah, I got so many videos on old notes, fresh notes, these interviews, all sorts of stuff. Like I said, actually 796 of them. I thought it was 200. No, it's 796 of them. I got so many different old notes we got to go over, so I'm sure there's going to be plenty of other people doing it as well. Andrew D. Myers and Laney Law, let's do it. That's towards the top. Let me see here. Let's go up here. There it is. Oh, just from a day ago. And I love this podcast, talk show, true crime. I would love to have them on anytime. And I think it would be a great conversation. Whether we talk true crime or it's just a conversations with CJ. Here's the video to this. Let me switch my screen so you can actually see the whole thing. Go ahead and shrink that up. And let me share. Go sub if you're not. Law offices of Andrew D. Myers. So here's the link to their channel. Here's their channel. That shows you. So that way you make sure you sub to the right one. Definitely go show some love. Congratulations to them. They're at 2.39K. Congratulations. They definitely deserve. I mean, they're a great channel. I can't wait until we can collab with them sometime. I think it'll be really awesome. And then when you're going to see in this new episode, if you haven't watched it yet, or even if you have, I love Andrews. I love his Justice neon that he has sticking up in the background. And I love guitar and video games myself. So rock on to both of them. Y'all got some cool decorations in the background. I can't wait to get into this episode. Caddy, our mod Caddy, got a question asked on the show. And Lainey Law had a special shout out to myself and Harsh at the end. And I want to play that and thank them for their kind words. These two, I was shocked. I'm not saying I don't like Nancy Grace, truth. I'm just saying it got to be too much when you're saying that somebody that committed the crime knew that the girl that he broke into was gonna like reach out to him to set up a security system, was gonna reach out to him to hook it up, was gonna reach out to him to set up the password, and then wasn't gonna know how to change her own password so then he could log into it when he got back home. And then when she was explaining that's what took place, and then said that he could be watching her into her undergarments and doing this creepy, I mean, you can literally watch her do this creepy ass. That's when I was like, yo, like, that's just way too fucking much, Nancy. I mean, if you watch I was like, Nancy, no. I mean, it was getting crazy. These two individuals, I missed, what's his name? I just think of Ed McMahon now, you know? What's his name? The other guy. But these two, the whole, them as a trio or as a duo, great channel. Shout out to them. I'm so glad they came to be part of the true crime community, because it's always nice to know when there's professionals out there that not only understand what you're saying, but they also say the same thing. Because when you're a small voice like I am, you know, I'm only just a couple thousand. When you're a few thousand, when you're a small voice, 4,000, shit. When you're a small voice compared to, you know, a couple 100,000, you know, people don't take you when you don't have a degree and, you know, you're just a talk show and all this shit. People don't take you seriously. That's why, you know, you have a lot of people coming out saying that, oh yeah, this is brand new information. And it's like, no, we've talked about this 7, 8, 10, 12 months ago. And it's just, you know, I understand, you know. Maybe they feel like they're coming across this shit brand new. Totally understand. My voice is only so, you know, I don't have a couple 100,000. But when it comes to these people, the professionals, and they say exactly what you're thinking, and you're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Because when you say it, it means so much more to these people than when some of us others say it. And it means everything, because when we do say this stuff, there are people that want to attack or downgrade or do, you know, whatever kind of drama or BS that they want to stir up just because. Shout out to them. Beautiful podcast. Thank them for coming to be part of the true crime community. Here's the link to the video. Definitely go show some love. Great people over there. Oh, it's supposed to switch. Hold on. Dang it. There we go.
It has now been over a year since the murder of the Idaho State University students Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Haley
What's up,
Gonzalez,
Ampy?
and Madison Mogan. This has got to be very difficult on the families of the four. Not only has it been over a year, but at this time, there is no trial date scheduled, even though the court continues to wrangle.
I know. I need to get that T-shirt out so I can get one for myself. That's right. They would take me more seriously if I wore a clip-on tie. Damn straight. Or some kind of makeup.
Over a number of issues. Now, there are those out there who say
Fake
Brian
mustache.
Kohlberger is innocent. There are those
Yeah,
out
fake
there in the
mustache.
legacy media saying Brian Kohlberger is guilty, and here's why. So people down in the comments
Clip-on
section
fry.
here often
There you
ask
go.
me, where do you stand?
I'm sorry. I got to pause this again. That's got to be part of it, mama. That's what the shirt's going to be called. The clip-on fry. There we go. There we go. Hold on a minute. Mama, Rock, CJ, we did it. We did it. We did it. Hold on a minute. That's going to be the title of the t-shirt. That's the title of the t-shirt. Clip-on fry. There we go. Yes. What's up, Gannon? Yes. I love you guys, man. What a community.
Though the court continues to wrangle over a number of issues. Now, there are those out there who say
Clip-on
Brian
fry.
Kohlberger is innocent. There are those out there in the legacy media
sorry,
saying
Mark and Betty.
Brian Kohlberger is guilty, and here's
Mark and
why.
Betty.
So people down in the comments section
Woo.
here often ask me, where do you stand? Well, as an attorney and someone who has researched the case a fair
Trust me,
amount,
right here.
I am more than willing, ready, and able to grant Mr. Kohlberger his constitutionally afforded right to a presumption of innocence. However, that doesn't mean we don't see some red flags in the case. What are those red flags?
5 of them. This guy, he is so awesome. I love this guy. I love this guy. I'm sorry. I'm pumped up. You guys, this is a great night, great show. We're coming out with some great shit, whether it's facts or fucking speculation or fucking t-shirts. I love it. I love it. And shout out Mark and Betty too. I apologize. The chat's going. I didn't see it. Shout out to Mark and Betty as well. That is a perfect. You know what? Son of a bitch. I might have to make me a clip-on fry logo coffee cup. Hold on a minute. We might need a damn coffee cup too with a clip-on fry logo. We need a clip-on fry logo coffee cup too. Hold on. Especially when they're only $9, because really the 50 cents I make off of them is just going to cover my tax. So fuck it. I don't know. I might end up paying a couple pennies too. Who cares? Coffee cup. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. Let's do it. You know what? It's that time. It's 9 o'clock. I told you at 9 o'clock Central we'd be doing a giveaway for a coffee cup. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to tell you what, since I have to put the order in this weekend for multiple coffee cups, the winner of tonight's coffee cup, I will let you decide, because I'm going to be making a clip-on fry logo for a damn coffee cup. I'm going to have a logo. All right. Before the t-shirt, I'm going to have a logo. So we'll get this coffee cup. If you want a clip-on fry coffee cup, Evil CJ coffee cup, let me know. Whoever the winner is, okay? Whoever the winner is, it's up to you. You can have the PPP coffee cup, or you can have a coffee cup where I make the clip-on fry logo coffee cup. I'll leave it up to you. Okay, give me 1 second. I got to put it in here real quick. Yeah, we're doing this. Now, I have it where it excludes the winners from prior, so I want to say shout out to Yvette and shout out to Cherry, the two Evil CJ Show coffee mug winners. So what I need you to do right now, if you would like to enter to win the coffee cup, and you only have to enter it one time, but you can type it multiple times in case YouTube doesn't register you, go ahead. Hashtag capital PPP to be entered for the coffee cup giveaway. I'm going to go ahead and chill back for 5 to 7 minutes. Make sure you hashtag it, though. You have to hashtag capital PPP. Make sure you hashtag capital PPP. Hashtag capital PPP. Enter it multiple times if you need to, if you want to. Because you know YouTube, sometimes it doesn't always register. So I'm going to make me a new K-Cup coffee real quick. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. In a few minutes, I'm going to let this kind of add up and register. And in the meantime, I'll go ahead and play this music until I come back. Just give me a moment. I'll be about 5 minutes or so while I make some more coffee. All right, here we go. Do you guys want me to wait a couple more minutes? What's up, 49er girl? If anybody wants, go ahead. You still have a minute if you want to. Go ahead and hashtag PPP, capital PPP, if you want to enter in for the coffee cup giveaway. All right, I'll wait 55 more seconds, and then in 55 seconds, we'll go ahead and hit the draw button. Forty seconds. I will if I have to, medicated. Your support's worth it. 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. The winner, and you can let me know what coffee cup you want. The winner is Yoli! Yoli gets the coffee cup. Congratulations, Yoli. Congratulations. Yoli gets the coffee cup. Yoli, just let me know exactly what coffee cup you want, and we will get your personalized name on the coffee cup as well. Just let me know what color you want your name and what color logos you want, and we will get you whatever coffee cup you want, Yoli. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm loving this giveaway tool. I think it's really cool. And like I said, because I love coffee so much, we're going to be doing this quite often. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for entering. All right, we're going to get back to the show. I love the coffee cup giveaway, don't you? I do. I love it. All right, let's get back to the 5 red flags. Shout out. Yes, Yoli, congratulations. I love it. I love this coffee cup giveaway. I think it's awesome. We're going to be doing it quite often. All right, so this is the 5 things. She's going to have to show it. Like I said, it takes about a month, everybody. So just keep in mind, it takes about a month. But it will be there. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. All right, 5 red flags.
It's been over a year since the murder of the Idaho State University students Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan. This has got to be very difficult on the families of the 4. Not only has it been over a year, but at this time, there is no trial date scheduled, even though the court can.
Yes, she is. She's busy tonight. She said if we're on late, she could join, but she's busy doing some work tonight. Shout out, Yoli. Appreciate you. Thank you for entering, everybody, as well.
Continues to wrangle over a number of
Love
issues. Now, there are those out there who say Brian Kohberger is innocent. There are those out there in the legacy media saying Brian Kohberger is guilty, and here's why. So people down in the comments section here often ask me, where do you stand? Well, as an attorney and someone who has researched the case a fair amount, I am more than willing, ready, and able to grant Mr. Kohberger his constitutionally afforded right to a presumption of innocence.
He's so awesome.
However, that doesn't mean we don't see some red flags in the case.
He's so
What are
awesome.
those red flags?
He's
Here
so
are
awesome.
5 of them.
He's so awesome. I love this. I love this.
There's
channel.
been a lot of developments in the Kohberger case, but as more and more information comes out, more and more red flags start to appear. I'm Lainey Law.
And I'm attorney Andrew Myers.
In this episode, we're going to be discussing 5 red flags about the Kohberger case. Now, Andrew, we have done so many videos on this topic, and people keep asking for more and more. And this really seems like an endless rabbit hole of facts. So what do you have in store for us today?
Well, you're right. I mean, it has been kind of endless. We started off with these, 5 things about the case, and I wanted really to move on because, as you know, I've been working on some other cases. We've done some other cases, the Delphi case, and some others. I have 2 others that I'm working on right now, but the comments keep, going on and on and on, and there's just so much about this case that I have a feeling we could do 5 more every week. It is, as you say, it's a deep rabbit hole, but so getting tired of calling it 5 questions this week. It's red flags because you look at the case. I look at it from both lenses as a defense attorney, but also thinking, what does the prosecutor think? I've known some prosecutors in the past fairly well, so what are they thinking? And the more that's analytical thinking, being able to see things from both sides. And the more I do look at it, and the more our commenters point us in various directions, most of them politely, but
Here he's going to talk about some of the. Yeah, trust me, we all deal with it as content creators. She's awesome too. Like, I hope whenever we're able to have them on the show, or I'm on, whichever, I really don't care. I just love them both. I would for both of them, and even Ed McMahon, like, he's cool as shit too. But yeah, they both have like great. I mean, they're amazing people. I'm so glad that these two are a part of the true crime community now. For real, it's so important to have these two be true crime. And see, look at that. You got the Justice neon in the back. Love it. You got the guitar, the video games. I love guitar and video games. I'm look at that. It's badass. I mean, badass people. Love it.
with some not
Love
so
this channel.
as we'll see later.
Good night, Kid Kitty.
The more I see. So, all right, you said, why don't we jump right into it? So I'm sorry that I did not do that. And here we go. The 5th red flag of 5 is that the Gonzalez family held off on having a funeral over fears that the murderer might show up. And now, from a personal, emotional point of view, sure. Steve Gonzalez, father of Kaylee Gonzalez, said he believes the sick and twisted killer could come back to a service hidden among mourners as he lurks in plain sight. And part of the reason we didn't have a funeral, he says, is because she, Christy, the mother, couldn't be guaranteed that the monster, and those are her words, was not going to be there. He told ABC News earlier in the week. And the reason that that's significant is, you can understand they didn't want the monster there. But at the same time, the psychologists will tell you that there's a phenomenon amongst criminals, arsonists particularly, but also murderers, to return to the scene of the crime. Arsonists are often caught in the crowd of people looking at a fire. And murderers, if you look at serial murderers over the years, they not only take prizes from the crime scene, but they also at times return or even go to the funeral to see, as sick as this sounds, but it's a psychological phenomenon. They'll actually go to a funeral. So this was an opportunity that the FBI was ready, willing, and able to take their little mini cameras and be non-obtrusive and be in another room. So nobody would even know that they were there, but they could scan the room for those who, were not loved ones, who were not known well to the family. And, even if it was somebody that was known, the FBI profilers would have had an opportunity to take a look and see. So that's, an opportunity that was missed in this case.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that it's significant that they missed this opportunity at a funeral instead of, say, like the vigil at the school and, any potential to find any video evidence there? And do you think the video evidence would have been helpful?
Well, the issue with a vigil is that it was huge. I mean, the University of Idaho did, in fact, hold a vigil because the whole campus was most of the kids knew the 4, but even if you didn't know them, this was such a horrible experience. I mean, imagine if at your college, and I went to a small undergrad college, and if this had happened, I'm just thinking at my undergrad school, we would have all been devastated. And that was the fact in Idaho. So the vigil was huge, and it doesn't present the same opportunity just because there are so many people at a vigil as opposed to a funeral, which is a much more intimate is the word event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to think about when you're recording things like that a lot of the time. I don't know. It's interesting when you put someone, obviously, who's capable of doing this among a room with however many people. If you can get them kind of in a smaller area, maybe you do get to kind of see some kind of behaviors and mannerisms. I'm not, a behavioral psychologist, and I can't identify someone like this, like we talked about before. Nobody can really see someone, a murderer, before it comes. A lot of the time, it's you would never expect to be on the same bus with
Right.
them or anything.
Right.
So it is interesting to think about what someone with more knowledge could discern from watching people's
Right.
behavior.
Well, the FBI does have people, and I know I've badmouthed the FBI for other reasons in the past, but they do have people that are pretty good at that. Let's move along to the fourth red flag, number 4, and that is that so many people went into this crime scene before law enforcement was even called. And yeah, I know
Right.
we talked about that 8 hour.
Yeah. How many people showed up? How many people were there? They don't even know the exact number of how many people were there. Red fucking flag times 50. Damn straight. Taint is a perfect word. Taint is a perfect word. When you have that many people in the crime scene calling 911, police don't know. Days later, police don't even know how many people were outside the property. How do you not know how many freaking people were outside the property days later? Big time red flag. Big time.
Or delay, but it is very significant. According to authorities, 2 of the surviving roommates of the victims summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. Now, this is the Independent over in the UK on November 21st. Not even 10 days after the November 13th crime. The newspaper over in the UK, not in the United States, but over in the UK, is saying so many people were at that crime scene. They were summoned to the residence before the police. So now, a month after the crimes, the Moscow, Idaho Police Department on December 19th finally issued some information, including that at 11:58 a.m. on the day of the crime, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at that location. Now, that's significant because, a lot of people have bickered about, what happened, Dylan Mortensen this and Bethany Funk that. Forget all of that, because the real significance here is that the murders are said to have taken place between 4:06 and 4:20, I think the timeline had said, and then the police were called at 11:58. That's 7-8 hours that forget about Dylan and forget about Bethany. That's 7 or 8 hours that the crime scene just festered with other people walking around, and so that is going to be an evidentiary issue at the trial. It just is.
That is something to think about. It just makes me want to scream. I mean, it could be said that they didn't know the severity of the situation, but I don't know. The fact that they're having a medical emergency and calling their friends, and people are coming over to this place when, medical emergency, the first thing you do if you're concerned should be call 911 and not try to get a bunch of college students to come deal with the situation. But, college students do stupid things. Do we know how many people were at the scene contaminating it?
No, and that's the problem. We don't know. They called their friends, and the photograph that we showed before showed some people on the back porch talking to the police. And I mean, so then even after 11:58, when the police did respond, then the police, just kind of hang around and watch and invite the people in. I mean, no, that's not what happens in a professional crime investigation. The local police immediately seal the scene off. They just immediately seal it off, keep people away until the investigation team, often the state police, but in other jurisdictions, it might be others. But there are also, in many jurisdictions, there is a crime scene response of professionals that are ready 24/7. They could be sitting around the Christmas tree opening their presents. They get the call. They're the professionals that go in. So the local police are supposed to throw everybody out, seal the scene, put up that tape, and don't let it just stand. And I've seen this happen. Actually, I've actually, sadly, seen it happen in the town that I live in, and that's just the way it is.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Did it take place? Probably not. It sounded like when they showed up, it was chaos. Shit was all over the place. Everybody was late. People were like, whoa, what the hell? We're used to just noise complaints and fights and altercations. We're not used to... shit, I forgot my booties and my gloves. Chaos. You would know how many people were outside. And then here's another one right here where they talk about, see this picture right here? I don't know if it's hard to see. Let me zoom up the screen for you. See that picture right there? You see where all them cars are sitting? See those cars? Remember a long time ago when that picture came out with all of the vehicles from the crime scene that got towed to that lot? Where do you think all that evidence went? They weren't out there. Were they out there dusting the prints off the vehicles at the crime scene? No. So by transporting the vehicles to a lot, do you not expose the vehicles to contamination? Yes. So even after you get the vehicles towed to a lot, you've already added other contaminants to the evidence before you've even tested it. And are you really going to test it when it snowed before you did any testing? This is another great flag from attorney Andrew Myers and Laney Law. Another great flag. Look at that picture, you guys. That's where the vehicle sat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to move on to number 3?
Yeah.
Number 3 is another horrible circumstance that reduces relevant evidence in the case. And that is that 5 vehicles were towed from the King Road home to a city lot to be stored. They were previously searched and are, quote, still part of the crime scene, police said. And that's the Moscow, Idaho police. And you see them. That's the 5 vehicles that you can see here. I'll make it a little bit bigger so that you can see them. And we don't know precisely whose they were, but there were 4 people that lost their lives, and we know that Kaylee had just bought a big SUV, so that's probably one of them there. But who owned the other one? The relevance here is that they sat there in that lot, and then it was November, December, January. What happens in the United States in the northern part of the country? It snows. So this isn't me saying it. Joseph Scott Morgan, one of the nation's leading forensic experts, said police should expect that any trace evidence not collected from the exteriors of the vehicles is gone. You've got snow and all kinds of debris. Anything that wasn't collected prior to that is gone. Footprints, latent prints, all that is compromised. So, another missed opportunity in this case that could have resulted in more relevant evidence, and it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Not good,
It's wild to think that they took 5 of the cars. What do you think the 5th car could have been?
Well, I don't know if it was Ethan, or remember Ethan has a twin brother and also a sister. He was triplets. He had a brother and a sister. Maybe it was Ethan. Maybe it was one of the other kids. I would guess, but I don't know. I mean, I'm speculating here. Maybe, would Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, if they had cars, would they have been allowed to take their cars, or would the police nab those? So no, we don't know. And I've dug into it a little bit, and if anybody knows whose cars they were, it'll be a red flag for another episode, and we'll dig into it and figure it out. But no, we don't know.
I feel like the sleuths in the comments already know that answer. I feel like there surely has to be people that have been digging and digging and digging. I feel like that's probably over 20 hours of research on its own, but I feel like somebody's gonna come with us with alleged facts. We can't trust the comments, but
yeah, we have to. I like the commenters, but we always check stuff out. You can't just and like this number 3
They're awesome.
indicates,
I love these two.
Joseph Scott Morgan is
so
a leading forensics expert. I've seen him on you watch the various podcasts and TV shows. We're not going to mention any of Court TV, but anyhow, you see him all around these various sources being quoted, and the guy knows what he's talking about. And if he says that evidence has been lost, I believe him. So, anyhow, okay, let's take a look at number 2. We're getting there. Number 2 is there's another gap. I mean, everybody looks at that 7 or 8 hour gap between the time the crimes were allegedly committed and 11:58 or noon when the police were called. But there's another gap if you stop and think about it.
Right, and this is I'm kind of glad that we went into what we did earlier when it came to these press conferences, because earlier in today's show, there was conversation. Did they know about BK? They, this and that. And that's why I wanted to show you those press conferences tonight in the beginning, to show you, no, they, like I've said, they just went off the tip. When it comes to the sheath, the IgG, I've been saying the same thing. Pay attention. What's up? Nothing half-assed. Pay attention to this, okay? Oh my gosh, Bronx building. Prayers for them. Now, it says that they, on November 29th, WSU officer Tiango ID'd Koberger's Elantra. The same day, MPD officer B. Payne examines license photo showing BK as a white male with bushy eyebrows, right? Now, remember when I showed you guys, and I'll show you again real quick. This is the picture on his driver's license, okay? I'm sorry. I don't see bushy eyebrows when I look at this driver's license photo. Bushy eyebrows don't stick out to me. Okay? I'm sorry. And nobody's gonna know what color his eyes are in the dark, so it's not crazy to say that they didn't know the color of the eyes. Why would you? It's in the dark. Come on, let's be real. I'm sorry, that when you're looking at that picture, to me it doesn't say bushy eyebrows, okay? But they bring up a really good point. Red flag number 2. The gap. The 28-day gap. It was November 29th when they supposedly had Koberger in their sights, right? That's why I showed you the press conferences at the beginning of this show, to show you, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. All the way through December 16th, they didn't. Subtitle, when I think they realized that an officer fucked up. But then the 27th, the 28th, and the 29th is when everything took place. Crazy red flag. I appreciate them bringing this up.
And that is that on November 29th, of 2022, and this is right in the probable cause affidavit if you look at it. November 29th, 2022, Washington State University officer D. Tiengo identified the Hyundai Elantra registered to Mr. Koberger. So, they had been looking at, if you look later on in the probable cause affidavit, they'd been looking around. They'd seen this suspect vehicle number 1 leaving the scene and driving around here and there. So now they finally, with the help of the FBI, they find an Elantra on November 29th, not that long after the crimes. Then, same day, Moscow Police Department officer B. Payne, and by the way, that's the guy who wrote the probable cause affidavit. He examines the license, and they find a photograph showing Brian Koberger as a white male, 6 feet, 185 pounds, bushy eyebrows, which that matches what the PCA described this guy as Dylan Mortensen explained the guy dressed in a face mask and black clothing. So November 29th, 2022, they've kind of got a person of interest. You have to at least call him that. What happens? Not until December 27th when they tailed him across country approximately 2,500 miles to Pennsylvania. Only then is a trash sample taken after they track him over to Pennsylvania. And only then is DNA sample taken from the trash cans. Remember the whole thing about the trash was dumped in the neighbor's trash bin next door, and the police in Pennsylvania grabbed that trash, and the DNA was tied to Mr. Koberger's father. And only then did law enforcement obtain a warrant for the no-knock dynamic entry where they went in the middle of the night. So, there's a 28-day gap. What were they doing, guys? What were they doing? That, to me, that's really relevant.
Yeah, like I was showing you in those press conferences right there. From the 8th, the 10th, the 12th, the 16th. That's what they were doing, everybody. They didn't know what the fuck. Especially when you look at the 12/16 press conference, where that's when I think they realized that one of their officers done fucked up and they needed to hurry up and distance him from the fucking investigation, and they hoped that nobody would notice. And I bet you Ann Taylor did. If you guys missed the beginning of the show, if you guys are coming in late, I highly suggest you to watch where we start showing the press conferences in the beginning of the show. When you get to the third one on the 12/16 press conference, just wait till you hear what the hell I was saying. Watch, somebody in 3 months is going to say it's a boom.
Now, there's 2 questions that I'm curious about right now. And I do want to point out it's funny that it was like the neighbor's trash, because even if, you're not doing anything suspicious, I think that's still technically a crime because it's not your trash. But he kind of implicated himself there on grounds of arrest, I guess. But so I have 2 questions for you.
Yeah. What's that?
Why is a 28-day gap significant in the first place in the grand scheme of things?
Great
and
question.
2, would they have not done like an interrogation on him if he had been a suspect prior to that? Or do you think it's because they are trying not to tip him off? Don't they?
Great question. And like she was saying, isn't it because they're not trying to, why would you, that's what I was saying. Why would you let somebody travel all of those miles where they could potentially harm and attack somebody else like they supposedly did 4 other people in that fashion? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. 2 great questions, actually 3. These 2 I'm so glad that these 2 are part of the true crime community. Shout out to them. Beautiful channel.
Like, wouldn't it benefit them to ask some questions?
Okay, if I can remember them both, let me take the first question. The first question first. The relevance of the 28-day gap is that when they did finally get Mr. Koberger and they did finally take a very close, detailed look at his car, they took it to the garage lab and they went through it. Absolutely no DNA of the Idaho4 victims were in that vehicle. So that was an extra 28 days that Mr. Koberger, with his knowledge as a criminology student,
Right?
could wipe down the interior of the car. I mean, don't tell me that somebody that, if he did it, and he's only a suspect, but
Oh shit! My
don't
camera's
tell me
on.
that someone who has committed 4 brutal murders with a
My bad, yeah.
huge knife leaves the scene and doesn't leave some DNA in his car, because I won't believe that. I don't think any reasonable juror will believe it either, which is more
No
relevant
shit.
than me believing anything.
Right.
So we had 28 days.
That's why you even had people out there that claim that if there was nothing in the car, then that's when they would change their stance, and the stance never changed even after that. That's how important it is when you're what's up, Julianne? That's how important it is when it comes to this nothing being found at the home, the office, or the vehicle, right? So if you're telling me that the vehicle is part of the PCA, which is him driving his quote own vehicle, right? Because that's the vehicle you were looking for, right? Quote. So you're telling me that he drove his vehicle to the crime scene. That's what you're saying in the PCA. That's what you're saying is part of the cell. That's what you're saying is part of the surveillance. So you're telling me he drove his car to the crime scene. But there's no connection to the victims in the vehicle, the home, the office. When we were covering the OJ case stuff, right? This is members only. By the way, if you're new to the show, we have a members only OJ25 every Sunday at noon Central, 1 Eastern. And then for everybody that isn't able to be a member, later that night on Sunday nights, we have a replay as a live from the previous episode of the members only. So if you want to be part of the members only, it's live in the members only. If you're not able to afford it, I still want to make it available to everybody, and so that's why we play the previous week's episode on delay that evening. So we just started it out. We'll be on episode 3 this weekend, and it'll be something that we're doing every Sunday through March 2024. Now, the reason that I'm bringing up the OJ case and the reason that I'm doing that is because I want people to understand. Come on, StreamYard. It's fucking up. I want people to understand how many similarities there really is, and that's with the investigation, how stuff was done, everything. Okay. So one of the things that I'm gonna mention to you guys, all right. So when I brought up earlier in the show about how, and even in other shows, about how I feel like the reason that the chain of custody, I feel like the chain of custody, the Brady Giglio, is somehow connected. Okay, and I've always kind of felt that the person that probably collected or has their name somewhere associated on this chain of custody for the sheath is under that. That's why I feel like the prosecution doesn't care about the sheath. They just care what's on the sheath. They don't care about the sheath because they know if they introduce the sheath, then you're introducing the person that done fucked shit up. Okay? That's why they don't care. That's why I pointed out earlier in the show on the 1216 interview why I feel like that's when they figured out, shit, we got an officer that done fucked up because what he said doesn't make sense. Definitely, if you didn't watch the beginning, rewind back. Now, when it comes to the OJ case, Do you guys remember that the guy that collected OJ's DNA left it in his fucking trunk? I'm sorry. Do you guys remember when OJ's DNA was collected? It was in an officer's trunk? So think about this. Think about this. It's 12:29. Who knows where that sheath is at, people? Who knows where that sheath is at? Now, when I brought up the Mark Carver case before, Mark Carver was convicted based off of touch DNA because he had an interview with an officer, and then the officer went and touched the door handle on the victim's car, and then all of a sudden Mark Carver's touch DNA was on the victim's door handle, and all of a sudden Mark Carver's convicted of a crime. So when you think about what the officer in the OJ case did and how shit is possible with what Mark Carver's case was, who's to say that somebody didn't shake BK's hand and touch the sheath? You mix a little bit of shit that's already taken place, and then guess what, everybody? Why have I continued to say that I feel like the person on the chain of custody, the reason the chain of custody is not coming out, the reason that nobody wants the chain of custody in there, the reason that nobody cares about the sheath, is because it then exposes the person that would ruin the whole case. And it's the person that they realized in the 12/16 police interview with Chief Fry, where I think you can see it on his damn face, and you listen to what he says. What do you mean you're giving people time off for the holidays when it's 12/16, bro? What do you mean you're adjusting who's doing the investigation? At that point, why are you making changes? A month later, sir, you should have perfected your rotation. What? Boy, this is a crazy episode tonight, everybody. They don't, that's why they don't care. That's why they just went off the tip. That's why when people are like, I think it's going to be huge, I'm just going to say, like right now, we ain't heard shit from the judge when it came to these documents that were given, right? Right? Why is that? They don't care. I don't know why people think that there's going to be some crazy. I hope there is a crazy ass document drop. I really do. Because I want this shit to hurry up. I want the trial to start. I want these damn families. I want these damn families to be past this part. So if there is a huge document drop, please, I really hope there is. If it's a whole bunch of damning evidence, I really hope it is. I really do. But somebody asked me a question the other day on Twitter. What do you think their next response is? Delay. That's why I've been saying since the last the last court hearing that they had, that you're going to hear Bill Thompson. You want to see the next court hearing, everybody? Go back to the one that you just watched a month ago, right? Go back to that one where you see Bill Thompson say, we've given everything we've given. I'll reach out and let everybody know that time is of the essence, and it's very important. And then you're going to hear Ann Thompson say the same. You might as well just replay the damn shit. You're going to hear her say the same damn thing too. I'm sorry, we got incomplete information according to the documents that we do have, because according to the documents that we have, when you're talking about these kind of documents, there should be other documents that are included with these kind of documents, and that's the kind of documents that we've been asking for this whole time. You're going to hear the same thing. And there's no urgency for the prosecution to fucking get the documents or to get the information. Do you know why? It's obvious. Because they don't want to expose the person that done fucked up. They don't want to. Because as soon as they let the sheath come into play, then the IGG, the chain of custody, all of this other stuff has to. Do I think they're going to get it? Let's get a chain of custody. Let's get a chain of custody. That's not even the IGG, people. That's not even the IGG. The chain of custody. Let's see who touched that damn sheath. Let's see where the sheath went. Let's see if the sheath was left in the trunk like OJ's blood. Let's see. Let's see if the person that, quote, training records. Let's see if the person that first collected the sheath was properly trained. And the reason that you have to ask for training records if they were properly trained, because maybe they touched it and collected it without using the proper training techniques. Why else would you want somebody's training records? Because you want to know if they knew what they were supposed to be doing, because something didn't happen that was supposed to be done based off of protocol and training. Why did somebody fall off the forklift? I don't know. We better check to see if they're certified, right? Oh my gosh, somebody drove the forklift off the fucking semi-truck when it was pulling out. We need to double check to see if they were certified, right? The same damn thing. Especially when they brought up their first flag, shout out. Law offices of Andrew D. Myers, Laney Law, when they brought up their first red flag about the tainted evidence, about all the people that came in there. Chain of custody, yo. And when you don't know how many people were in there, days after the crime took place, when there's pictures of you with the fucking door open, with no personal protective equipment, when you have all of these other people walking around inside that property, how do you even know for sure that that sheath was even part of the crime itself? Like I've said, who's to say it wasn't the victim, one of them, trying to use it on the person committing the crime to defend themselves, and the person that committed the crime took it. And that's why you can't find the damn weapon. You know why there's not a search for the weapon? I talked about it when the frickin' PCA first came out. And supposedly Kohberger showed us a path down south. You're going to tell me you're going to go do a search down that whole route all the way down south, you're out of your damn mind. When you have all of those people as part of that team, you have the public that could have. You're talking about that much area, that vast open, that many hours and that many days where somebody could have got rid of a weapon. Who in the hell would even try to get a search party together when you might as well start searching all the way from fucking Pullman and the whole route all the way to Pennsylvania? Because it could be at any of those gas stations. It could be at any of those rest areas. It could be at any of those pull-offs to the side of the road. Hell, it could have been in a McDonald's bag disguised and being tossed out while you filled up your tank at a gas station in fucking Colorado. Yeah, let's see how long that search party lasts, especially even if you're just searching the south route when he supposedly took a couple hours to go from Moscow to Pullman, down and around. Not to mention all the rest areas, gas stations, or sides of the road, or even a road that they just maybe wanted to turn down. I mean, you're talking a ridiculous amount. There's other ways to spend that energy. It's disgusting, Thomas. Yeah, where would he have put the knife in his back pocket? It just, and then to, like I said, not have any DNA in the vehicle, the home, the office, even back in PA. The Bissell machine, remember the Bissell machine was a huge topic? Oh, the Bissell machine. Oh my gosh. All of those brownish, reddish stains and spots when you're reading from the PCA of the apartment and office search in Pullman. All of this different, Vinny was just going crazy that night. All of this damning information, even the hair. It's like, yo, people. That's why I appreciate attorney Andrew Myers, Laney Law. They keep it fucking real. Unlike Court TV. Unlike News Nation. Unlike some of us on YouTube. I love that these two are part of the true crime community. I appreciate them so much. They don't even know.
To clean out that
They
car.
don't even know.
And if he is the subject, he sure did a good job, didn't he? And I forget, what was the second question?
Well, we'll be getting into the PCA tomorrow because we're going to be digging into the fine wording. There's some other things I've brought up in other shows a couple weeks ago. Trust me, there's some witness stuff we're going to get into tomorrow. It's going to be about the PCA. It's going to be about DM and BF. It's going to be about some of that stuff that we'll be getting into tomorrow. I don't want to share too much, but that's what it's going to be about.
Well, wouldn't they? The second question, I think you did a good job at answering the first one, but the second question was if he was a suspect in that whole month period. That it's surprising to me, I guess, that they wouldn't have interrogated him, asked him some questions about the whole situation and things like that.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, right when the officers in late November, pegged him as a person of interest, that's the first thing in the criminal investigation textbook they should have done. Asked him to come in and talk. And as you know from following true crime, a lot of times people do talk to their own disadvantage, but they do talk. So that's something that law enforcement should, if they're going by the book, they should at least do. They didn't. Now, if he properly took his Fifth Amendment right, and he didn't talk, there were still other things they could do. They could have watched him a lot more closely. Why follow him 2,500 miles away to Pennsylvania and go through his trash there? Why not tail him in Washington? They knew where he worked. They knew where he taught classes. They knew where he went to school. Later on, they figured out what stores he went to. Don't forget that the Long Island serial killer and others, but the Long Island serial killer was nabbed because
time.
he was a person of interest, and they discreetly started following him, and he went into New York City where he worked, and he threw a pizza box in the trash. And so the investigators discreetly, waited until he was out.
And by the way, here's the link to the playlist if you want to start from the first episode. If you haven't, we're going to be resuming that here shortly with the body cam deep dive. We'll be picking that back up as well. And let me see, is it replaced under the it's speculation. I mean, all we know is what's in the PCA. You know what I'm saying? We're not at the residence. Well, I've already brought up a lot of Bethany Funk's, or I mean, a lot of Bethany Funk's statements when it came to Xena and Ethan's whereabouts and timeline. I'm going to be getting more into that again tomorrow. Not to mention DM's statement. We're going to be getting into some of the other wording in the PCA too, something that we brought up back in the springtime when it came to some of the wording. So we're going to be going into the PCA tomorrow, the wording, stuff like that. I'm not sure if we're going to do it tomorrow morning or tomorrow night. I'm thinking we're going to do it tomorrow morning. But I'm just going to leave it fresh notes, old notes. And then depending on the work that I do throughout the night, when I get up in the morning before the show tomorrow, that's when I'm really going to determine exactly. But I know that we're definitely going to be going into the witness stuff for sure.
Out of the picture, they grabbed that pizza box, and bada bing, bada boom, the D&E people found his DNA on that pizza box, and that is what led to his arrest. So
right, it's the verbiage. It's the verbiage. You gotta watch the verbiage.
Why didn't the people out on
Idaho all about the verbiage? All about
and like you said,
it's that one word.
Like you said, it's just like, why didn't they do that? Wouldn't it have been a lot easier to get the DNA like sooner? And also on top of that, like, I don't know, even things just like cars. If he has his car, I would imagine that if he uses his car, goes inside a building, I'm not a forensic analysis or anything, but wouldn't you be able to swab something like a car handle, I imagine, and get that DNA?
Exactly. And this is not uncommon at all. As you know, I do podcasts now, but for a decade before I did the podcast, I was an active blogger. I don't do the blogs anymore because fewer and fewer, sadly, people read anymore. But one of my earlier blogs that I did was that a guy was convicted of murder for spitting on the sidewalk, and the is a similar.
Sorry, everybody. The internet dropped again. It never got fixed, so I have to call them and have them come back out. I apologize about that. It's happened a couple times already today. Why is it so hard to get it stable working conditions? Here we go.
It hasn't been around forever, but early on in the establishment of DNA as evidence in
Not
various
frozen
cases,
shock face.
there was a guy who was in fact a suspect.
love it.
There were facts that led the law enforcement to want to follow him, but they didn't have enough evidence to draw up a warrant and arrest him. So they tailed him. They tailed him around and tailed him around, and he spit on the sidewalk. And as gross as this is, he spit on the sidewalk. When he was out of the scene, the law enforcement went in with their Q-tips.
Yeah, I just went ahead and hooked it up to the. I had a sense it was doing it. It's still a red light right now. It's crazy. So I just went ahead and hooked up my mobile hotspot real quick. We got about 20 minutes of the show, maybe 30 minutes. And then I think I'm going to go to the lounge and do some gaming.
Whatever, more official thing they use. They took their official Q-tips, they took it to the lab. Sure enough, that was him. Sure enough, they had enough for a warrant now, and sure enough, he was convicted. But this happens frequently in crime. People have thrown a cigarette on the sidewalk, and just there's enough DNA on your cigarette butt that you throw on the sidewalk. People have been convicted on that. So it's a fairly well-known thing if I knew it 10 years ago when I wrote that blog article.
Yeah, I
Why
love
didn't the
gaming.
police do that? So that 28-day gap really represents as much, if not more, of a big, huge hole in this Idaho4 case than the 8-hour gap. That's my contention anyhow.
I'm dying to know what was in that trash that had to go to the neighbor's house.
That too, or what about the dumpster that was never checked over by 1122, right? There was 3 dumpsters, 2 were checked, 1 wasn't. It was already gone by the time Ellie got there. Oh no, I don't play just Grand Theft Auto. I'm actually playing there's what games do I play? Well, I'm gonna be starting to do some gaming streams over on my other channel at the lounge, where I'm gonna be playing a bunch of different stuff from. Oh, you're fine, Cindy. I'm gonna be playing a bunch of different games, from chillback to intense, just different stuff. But here, I'll put the link in chat if anybody wants to check it out sometime. But there's a couple games that I just did a stream last time that I'll be playing. But yeah, but I don't know. I'm like, one of the things I need to start making some time to do some gaming streams over at the lounge, as part of the whole, take some time off the crime and put some time into the games. I'm even here pretty soon. I'm gonna, because the football season's gonna be done soon, I'm gonna be starting to coach my own football team towards the end of the real football season, so that way my football season goes through the summer to the draft. So if you're a football fan, definitely come hang out, because I was gonna do it with others, but I'm just gonna do it by myself. I'm just gonna be a head coach for a whole season and see if I can make the playoffs and win the Super Bowl.
Oh, there was all kinds of stuff. There was that's just all
we do
kinds
that
of
at the
just
lounge.
trash stuff that they threw out.
College football.
That is
College football's coming out next year, so if you are going to enjoy this head coach thing I'm talking about, I was going to do it last summer, but some shit happened, and so I wasn't. Then I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to do it by myself. And then I'm thinking, you know what, now I have the availability to do it, so why don't I do it now? And it'll be fun, because then I'll be coaching a football team while the season's over, so it'll be pretty fun, I think.
what pegged him. So Let's go to number one.
I'll be
What is
doing
the number
college
one,
after.
red flag that we see in this case, and I
I'll be
think
doing college
number one
after
is
that
kind of an
next
obvious,
year. Next year.
conclusion to this whole series, and that is that, was the local police department really up to the major league challenge of this case? Sadly, we have to ask that question. The roughly 30 members of the Moscow Police Department all initially responded to the crime scene with no dedicated public information staff within the department. That's according to Aaron Snell of the Idaho State Police. You can go online, and at various times, the Moscow Police Department had 37 officers, 34 officers, 36 officers.
I should.
And
I should.
a former FBI agent was quoted. This isn't me saying this. I'm not pulling this stuff out of whole cloth. A former FBI guy said, quote, "I think the Moscow Police Department is in over its head. They don't have the resources to properly address this type of crime." And that's Peter Yashmetz.
Right, the lack of experience. The lead investigators with only 2 years experience, the lack of experience. They don't have the resources to properly address this type of crime. That's the former FBI. They're in over their head. No dedicated public information staff within the department. They didn't even have a fucking press conference until multiple days later. Again, the beginning of the show, 12/16 interview. Oh shit. One of the pieces of evidence, Sheath, that officer done fucked up. Fuck. Oh man.
It's a former FBI agent and security consultant.
Shout out to them. Great flag.
From the New York Post,
Great
December
flag.
14th, 2022. He's a lead he pointed out, one of the points that he made was that the lead investigators in this case had only 2 years of experience. And it's like, we all need to get our experience somewhere. We all need to get our experience somewhere, but you don't put the rookie on, on the World Series team. And it's sad, but it's true. So no apologies for that one.
I mean, like you said, it's just like you don't put the rookie in charge. Even with a college degree, it's just like a college degree you can it takes 2 years to get in the first place. And when you get a college degree and associates, you still don't know anything. You can get a college degree, get a bachelor's, still not know anything.
Well, there's a lot of bears in PA. Even when I went to PA for the manhunt, all right, and when I was at the freaking hotel in PA for the Cavalcante manhunt, the people at the hotel are the ones that told me, be careful eating outside late at night. Be careful with your garbage, and then also don't go walking somewhere in a dark area by yourself because you might encounter a fucking bear. If the chick at the hotel was telling me, yo, yes, they probably have to separate their bags. Yeah, there we go. We just need to recycle paper and plastic. Where PA, when it comes to bears, they're all, I mean, come on, you know this, right, Linda Ann? There's bears all over. What's up, Katrina? I don't like city trash. You never know what is thrown in your trash can when you're not looking. Yeah, right. You don't know. Or even if neighbors of yours are throwing their sketch ass trash in your trash bin. Bears.
Obviously, when you go to work, you get a lot of different hands-on experience.
You know, I'm gonna Cherry. You still in chat? I'm gonna
But there's a huge difference as to what you're going to know 2 years working a job versus 10 years working a job. And
I want to do it because they had a beautiful shout out for the show at the end of the video. And see that logo that they have in the top of the screen? Let me take my stuff away. Hold on 1 second. I want to explain this real quick. Let me go to full screen. I want to do something for these. I want to do something for this channel, okay? And let's just make it free of charge. See that in the top right. See the above the law logo in the top right? I want to here, let me go full screen on mine too. I want to make them a logo as a gift for this beautiful shout out that they did. I want to make them a logo that goes in the top right. You know, see like how I have Evil CJ and there's nothing behind it. See how I have Evil CJ and there's nothing behind it. Let's make them a really cool above the law logo. Let's make them a really cool above the law logo that has transparent background, because I noticed when they were showing some of these word screens that they had on there that the logo, like this one, it's kind of covering up the word, okay? So as a gift and as a beautiful gesture to this channel, I would like to make a logo for them that says above the law like that, but we can add something else that it still stands out for them, but it has a transparent background like the Evil CJ show logo does. Like this would have, you know, like the transparent background. That way that when they are doing these documents and things like that, it doesn't cover up their thing, or it can blend together. You know what I mean? I think it's a beautiful shout out. They didn't have to do it in their episode. And I just want to do that as something small that I can just send in an email and say, hey man, Andrew Myers and Laney, you know, just as a beautiful gesture in return, I would like to offer this as a thank you.
Saying this, I'm not
If we could do
stuff
that
out of whole cloth. A former FBI guy
about the law.
said,
Sorry.
quote, I think
I took a screenshot of it, but above the law. Whoops. I took a screenshot of it, but yeah, you know what I mean. And I took a screenshot so I can send it and we can get it work. We can get that logo made. I want to send it to them as a gift.
Moscow Police Department is in over its head. They don't have the resources to properly address this type of
There's
crime,
that, hey.
and that's Peter Yashmetz.
There's that cowboy voice again. Above the law. Above the law. That cowboy voice again.
Former FBI agent and security
It's the
consultant.
Washington State
from the
Cowboys.
New York Post, December 14th, 2022. He's a lead he pointed out, one of the points that he made was that the lead investigators in this case had only 2 years of experience. And it's like, you know, we all need to get our experience somewhere. We all need to get our experience
100%.
somewhere, but you don't
100.
you don't put the rookie on, on the World Series team. And it's sad, but it's true. So
Sad
no apologies for that one.
true.
I mean, like you said, it's just like you don't put the rookie in charge. Even with a college degree, it's just like a college degree you can it takes 2 years to get in the first place. And when you get a college degree, an associate's, you still don't know anything. You can get a college degree, get a bachelor's, still not know anything. Obviously, when you go to work, you get a lot of different hands-on experience, but there's a huge difference as to what you're going to know 2 years working a job versus 10 years working a job, and really
Or reading a
specializing in
book.
things. And 30
That's it.
people for a house responding to that sounds like kind of a crazy stampede. I mean, like you mentioned, there were people at the house that they had to get rid of and secure the area and stuff like that, but it all just sounds kind of like a mess.
Yeah, the state that I'm most familiar with, the state police are responsible for all major crimes, including murder. And as I indicated before, when there's something like this that happens, I mean, it's just protocol to make sure the scene is sealed off. I mean, imagine the poor officer. I was thinking about this before. Imagine the poor officer. It's a Sunday morning at 11:58. You know, it's a cold November day, cold gray November day, and he gets a call that there's an unconscious person. Well, the police department's in a college town. He's in a college town. He's figuring, oh, it's probably a college student that's passed out. You know, I'll go over there, call the EMTs, bada bing, bada boom.
Bada
done.
boom.
So he walks into the scene and he finds 4 bodies slashed up with a knife. So, you know, at that point, you know, obviously the officer he's the one that's in the frozen shock phase, I would suggest. And he's the one that should immediately just say, everybody out. Bethany, Dylan, your friends, everybody out. I'm even getting out. We're locking down the scene. We're putting up the police tape. I'm calling in for backup. The officers that come over there, they're only there to put the crime scene tape up. And we're all standing outside of the building, keeping it pristine as we can until the homicide investigators get here. That's how these things are done. And I just imagine that it's kind of sad that, you know, the initial officers didn't have the training to handle this property. So, you know, that's and you know, not funny, but the sad.
You know, this is a great episode because not only everybody gets what they got before we get into this, but they get what they got from this. And it all ties together, everybody. What a great episode. Thank you all for being a part of this episode. Thank you all for being a part of this community.
Sad thing is that
great episode.
A lot
tonight.
of this comes
everybody.
from newspapers over in the UK, the Independent and the Daily Mirror. It's not coming from the newspapers in Idaho and Washington State. And the reason for that is that if you're a reporter, and I know I was in that business for 10 years before I went to law school, you need your sources. And so the locals, and even some of the, you know, major national people, you know, they so much want to have that news alert or that exclusive. I'm so-and-so, such and such, sitting in my nice warm studio in New York. We have an exclusive. Well, they depend on sources to give them those exclusives. So they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them. They're not going to be critical. And I'm really shocked. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'm really shocked that the newspapers and other media in Idaho and Washington State haven't been more aggressive at working this story around the edges and trying to find out what really happened and being more critical of law enforcement. But it's just the way it is, you know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing sounds really chaotic. I still am not over the fact that, you know, there's potentially a medical emergency and all of a sudden there's how many, you know, people, 20-year-olds in there running around, obvious, you know, potentially unaware, most likely unaware of the situation and
And we need to get Attorney Andrews a Peace, Positivity, and Progress coffee cup too. Him and Harsh, both of them.
Contaminating the crime scene. All that being
and truth
said,
and
though, we've been
one.
getting some comments on our YouTube channel. Do we have some comments that we would like to read today?
Caddy.
Yes, we do. Do you have the comments in front of you? Do you want to start?
I do.
Okay,
I'll let you start.
Okay. All right. So this number one comment that I'm going to take a look at right now is from, I think it's Robert Wattis, and I apologize if I messed up your name. He says, police are claiming that they were not going to use IgG, that's the investigative genetic genealogy, because it was not paramount to probable cause. If this was true, then there is nothing.
Nope, it's because the officer done fucked up. And he's part of the Brady Giglio. He done fucked up.
Else included in the probable cause
Been saying
affidavit
it.
that they didn't know after 2 weeks when they ran Brian's plates at the school. So why would they not have at
Come on, just look at what they just said. Just look at what they just said. Just look at what they just said about the training experience. Collection of evidence, not collecting it properly. Done fucked up. Oh shit, 1216. Fuck. We can't use this. Oh, we just need the tip.
Take a look at right now is from, I think it's Robert Wattis, and I apologize if I messed up your name. He says police are claiming that they were not going to use IgG, that's the investigative genetic genealogy, because it was not paramount to probable cause. If this was true, then there is nothing else
What's up,
included in
Tracy?
the probable cause affidavit that they didn't know after 2 weeks when they ran Brian's plates at the school. So why would they not have, at a minimum, questioned him? That's what we were just saying. They
They didn't
gave him
know.
all the time in the world and let him leave the state. There
They
is
didn't
no
know?
reasonable explanation why they would not have let him leave the state.
They didn't
According to
know.
them, they had the suspicious car and driver matched supposed description. And they did nothing? No.
November 29th. He brought it up as one of his red flags. Shout out to them again. The 28-day gap, people.
Especially since the FBI was
This is a
involved.
great episode tonight.
Thank you, Robert. Good comment.
This is a great episode.
Yeah, and
tonight.
next
The
comment
whole
I
damn
have
night, baby.
Laureen, and like we said before, we're
Appreciate you
probably
all.
butchering everybody's name, so we apologize. But Shemerda 4743, I agree with Andrew on everything. His questions make a lot of sense, and are not getting the answers is very shady. I watched Unfiltered Lucky yesterday, and his video is also very good. He went back to all the interviews from the beginning before Brian was arrested and the gag orders, especially the Gonsalves family, and he brought up many interesting facts, not
bunch of lies.
speculations that a lot of us either forgot or they didn't register. Andrew, please keep up your 5 questions. If you run out of ideas, I'm sure I and many others can give you a lot of questions. And I do want to say thank you, Laureen, our first member. Thank you so much. We're still getting everything set up, but we appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
These two are so awesome.
I'm relatively new to this whole process, as you know.
These
So
two are
what
so
do we,
awesome.
What do we give her? Do we give her like a teddy bear?
So
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't mean to make light, but thank you.
yeah, with the members right now, we don't have any hard benefits set up for them. But before the year's over, we would like to get you guys some custom badges. We're going to get you some custom emojis that you can leave in the comments and stuff like that. And like I mentioned before, we're still...
Oh yeah, and that new piece, Positivity and Progress, with the guitar pick logo. Just wait, the members, that's going to be your logo here soon.
New to the whole YouTube members, so let us
You're gonna
know
have
if you
that
want like
Peace,
an additional
Positivity,
members only
Progress
video,
all
or
over
maybe
the YouTube chat.
well, right now we don't have many members to do members only podcast, but maybe members videos or maybe early access. We're gonna have to look into that a little bit more and see what we can offer you, but we are
I think I need to know when they're going live. Do me a favor, community, because I think they went live before, and I don't know, I didn't get the notification or something. Do me a favor, community. Let me know. Even if it's dropping a comment on a YouTube video on one of my shows and it says, yo, Attorney Myers is live. Tell me, because I need to go here and I need to do some gift memberships on one of their shows. They need some memberships.
are very grateful. Thank you so much to our first member.
They're so awesome.
Yes,
They're
and
so-
please, a famous
Aw.
politician, Tip O'Neill,
so
said
awesome.
that, all politics are local, and also, he ran into a lady in the supermarket one time, and she said she didn't vote for him, and he said, "Why didn't you vote for him?" And he said, "You didn't ask for my vote." So the reason I told that totally irrelevant story is because
No, I mean,
we're asking you to please.
reach out to me on Discord, Twitter, email, YouTube, Facebook. Like, even if you can only leave a comment on a video, there's somebody, please reach out to me. Let me know. Yeah, I'll post the link again. Let me know when they're going live, because I need to gift them some members. They're so awesome and they deserve it.
Like and subscribe. Please
They
like and
deserve it.
subscribe, and that's why we just put that banner up. So here's
They
some more
deserve it.
comments. This one comes from Macy Gray 5240. She says, "Where's the actual evidence that
Wow,
one of the
remember
victims was
Macy Gray?
stabbed over 50 times? Otherwise, hearsay
Riding
and
in that
can't
bus
be
or
relied
something?
upon as to your arguments." Well, I've
What was
answered
that
this
song
before,
called?
and the actual evidence is hearsay, but where it comes from is really early on, maybe a month or two out. A really good podcaster by the name of Annie Elise was digging into this, and she has a friend whose husband works for the FBI. And before the gag order came down, Annie Elise had a text from this friend, and she actually read it right on the podcast. And she read the text from the friend, and the husband had said that one of the victims was stabbed 54 times. And putting that together with the fact that early on it was said that Kaylee was the target. There was a target, and Kaylee appeared to be the target. We don't know, but it seems, putting two and two together, that she had 54 stab wounds. And that's where it comes from. And others have verified that. And yes, you're absolutely right. It is hearsay right now, today, prior to the trial. However, if they bring the coroner and or an FBI agent who was in the room during the autopsy, it's no longer hearsay. It's a direct observation. So that goes in with no credible objection. So that, I hope, handles that one for the last time. Your turn.
And yeah, well, I was gonna say, and for those unfamiliar, this is another true crime YouTuber with over 1 million, subscribers. So, although people on the internet can say whatever they want, that's a lot of reputation to kind of put on the line to just say something bogus.
Yep.
So Mary Burns, great work. Thank you so much, Mary Burns, 3538. We appreciate it.
Oh, I thought you were doing those two brief ones.
I can. You want me to do the second one?
Sure, do the second one. I'm ready.
All right, so I will
my
actually.
Still other things.
Oh no! Oh shit! It rewound it.
From following true crime, a lot of times.
Damn! I was just trying to pause it.
Right in the picture, it's like, I was always, when I was in the TV biz, we were taught to hide those things. And in fact, we do have lavalier microphones that you hide. So I find it funny that a lot of the podcasters, they've got to put it right in the picture to show they have a nice big mic. Because when I was in the TV biz, and I'm sorry, I apologize in advance for all the noise I'm about to make, but we were trained to keep things as normal as possible. So that's why I keep it down there. But I don't know why we went down that rabbit hole.
I love it. I mean, that is interesting to think about when you think about traditional media versus podcasting. It's almost like a flex.
I have a big mic. Look at my big mic.
Exactly. That's what everybody seems to be doing. Everybody wants to point out that they got their microphone. Oh.
But no, if you watch TV,
these guys are crazy.
Which I guess fewer and fewer people do, they really hide the mics. I mean, when they do those sit downs, I'm old enough to remember Barbara Wawa. She would always have a mic hidden. Or if you watch TV news, a lot of times they have it, coming. They have the little wireless box taped to their belt or clipped to their belt, and then they fish the microphone up through their shirt, and it's in a discreet place. And it's funny when they turn around to say, look at the fire over there that I'm standing in front of, and then you see the little wireless box on the back of their belt, both men and women, and it's just funny. But again, I'm sorry we went down that rabbit hole.
I'm gonna keep going down that rabbit hole. One last input is reality TV shows. When you see girls in like bikinis or just people in bathing suit, it's funny. Like you very clearly see the little box going down.
I think I did. So okay, never mind. I thought I did something bad to my mic. Okay, we're back.
Broken forever.
No, I think. Okay, all right.
So,
okay.
Let's do our last comment, which is from Pearly Gates City. When you are gaming, you are putting yourself in a...
Oh, it skipped through Caddy. Hold on. Was it right back here?
It's kind of limited edition, so that was fun.
Most of the podcasters have these boring black ones, and so that's what
Hold on.
say and can't be relied upon as to your arguments. Well, I've answered.
Where's Caddy's question?
the fact that early on it was said that Kaylee was the target. There was a target, and Kaylee appeared to be the target. We don't know, but it seems, putting 2 and 2 together, that she had 54 stab wounds. And
Hold on. Where do
maybe early access? We're gonna have to look into that a little bit more and see what we can offer you. But we are.
Oh, Nina, I went to pause it, and then it, like, because when you go to YouTube, for some reason, when I go to the screen to pause it, then it like moves where the pause is at, and then it, like, when I go to click pause, then all of a sudden I'm clicking on the video. That's why it all of a sudden went back, because it went from like here, then when I moved my mouse, then it like made it go bigger, which then moved the freaking pause button. It's ridiculous. So then it rewind a little bit. I lost because I wanted to highlight Caddy's comment, damn it, or question.
Thing? No, especially since the FBI was involved. Thank you, Robert. Good comment.
Yeah, and next comment I have Laureen, and like we said before, we're probably butchering everybody's name, so we apologize. But Shemerda 4743, I agree with Andrew on everything. His questions make a lot of sense, and are not getting the answers is very shady. I watched Unfiltered Lucky yesterday, and his video was also very good. He went back to all the interviews from the beginning before Brian was arrested and the gag orders, especially the Gonsalves family, and he brought up many interesting facts, not speculations, that a lot of us either forgot or they didn't register. Andrew, please keep up your 5 questions. If you run out of ideas, I'm sure I and many others can give you a lot of questions. And I do want to say thank you, Laureen, our first member. Thank you so much. We're still getting everything. Now we don't have any hard benefits set up for them. But before the year's over, we're still new to the whole YouTube members. So let us know if you want like an additional members only video, or maybe, well, right now we don't have many members to do members only podcast, but maybe members videos or maybe early access. We're going to have to look into that a little bit more and see what we can offer you. But we are very grateful. Thank you so much to our first member.
Yes, and please, a famous politician, Tip O'Neill, said that, all politics are local. And also, he ran into a lady in the supermarket one time, and she said she didn't vote for him. And he said, "Why didn't you vote for him?" And he said, "You didn't ask for my vote." So the reason I told that totally irrelevant story is because we're asking you to please like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe. And that's why we just put that banner up. So here's some more comments. This one comes from Macy Gray 5240. She says, "Where's the actual evidence that one of the victims was stabbed over 50, whose husband works for the friend?" And the husband had said that one of the victims was stabbed 54 times, and putting 2 and 2 together, that she had 54 stab wounds. And that's where it comes from. And others have verified that. And yes, you're absolutely right. It is hearsay right now, today, prior to the trial. However, if they bring the coroner and or an FBI agent who was in the room during the autopsy, it's no longer hearsay. It's a direct observation. So that goes in with no credible objection. So that, I hope, handles that one for the last time. Your turn.
And yeah, well, I was gonna say, and for those unfamiliar, this is another true crime YouTuber with over 1 million, subscribers. So, although people on the internet can say whatever they want, that's a lot of reputation to kind of put on the line to just say something bogus.
Yep.
So Mary Burns, great work. Thank you so much, Mary Burns 3538. We appreciate it.
Oh, I thought you were doing those 2 brief ones.
I can. You want me to do the second one?
Sure, do the second one. I'm ready.
All right, so I will actually, let's see. I'll read these next 2 because they're kind of short. So we have Ulrich Jackson 8855, which is, you're reading a dead hearse. But in the contrary, we have Doc JSW saying, "Many thanks for you and your panel's input on this case. Much appreciated." So we got kind of very contrasting opinions right there.
Well, we're beating a dead horse. I don't know. I'm an animal lover. I have a dog and a cat, and one of them's running around behind me. And I have friends that have horses, so I would never beat a dead. All right, you're being figurative. Okay, all right, I get it. Okay, so the next one that I have here is from D.Toshi415. My two questions are: how is a person that Chief Fry said wasn't a witness is now a witness? How is a survivor with questionable behavior defining a timeline? Note that one got 18 thumbs ups. And yeah, those are big questions.
Well, like I said earlier this morning, I could see them. They don't have to be honest in the press conferences. It's why we never did a deep dive on them. And at the same time, they're protecting, because they don't have somebody in custody, they're protecting a witness. They're not letting the person that committed the crime that's still out there know that there was a witness, and also that there was a witness on the same floor. So I don't see anything wrong with them not letting the person out there know that there was a witness, and that there was a witness on the second floor. Totally get it. I don't think it's suspicious at all that they're not going to say there was a witness at that time, because think about it. You're going to give that person that committed the crime motivation to finish the job? Why in the fuck would you do that, right? Not only to let them know that there was somebody that was living still at that scene, but also made a statement and also was a witness to you. The last thing you're going to do as Ellie is going to let that person know that information. It is not suspicious at all whatsoever that they didn't tell the truth. And like I've always told you guys, they don't have to tell you the truth in any freaking press conference. They do on the PCA.
The commenter is talking about Dylan Mortensen. At first they were saying she wasn't a witness. Then they were saying she was a witness. And, that's something that they're going to have to answer to. And yes, she
I don't see a problem. You're protecting.
She's the one that's pretty much defining that timeline, other than the observations of the vehicles. So good one. Good catch. Thank you. Your turn.
Mm-hmm. So now I will read the next two because they both pertain to me. Woo! So we have Caddy Crime Ghoul, Laney Law, Cute Pink Mike. Thank you. It's a Blue Yeti. We love everything pink. Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that. Where did
actually Amazon? It's actually funny because a Blue Yeti was my first,
And I have the Blue Yeti. That's what I use in Idaho, and what I use on my trips is the Blue Yeti. It's like that, but it's a blue. It's pretty cool.
Microphone that I got, and I had a blue one. But when that one died after like 5 years, I went to go get it, and I saw they had a pink one. I'm like, we need to do it. I think it's a new option. I think it's kind of limited edition, so that was fun.
Most of the podcasters have these boring black ones, and so that's why I got a boring black one. And there's different ones, but I'm sorry about probably all the noise I've just created.
In all fairness, when it was ordered on Amazon, it was blue to match my neon blue. Hello, it was supposed to match. No, Amazon, it came like this.
No.
And this was the second microphone that came in the mail, everybody, because the first one I didn't get was blue, so I sent it back and to make sure I got the blue one, and then this one came in the mail, and at that point it was like, I can't keep using my freaking earbuds as a microphone. So you know what? But I love it. I love this microphone. I think it's a beautiful microphone. Shout out Fifine, Fifine. Beautiful fucking microphone. If anybody's looking for a cheap option compared to the professional ones, right here. It's professional quality, affordable price. Can you guys believe when I got this, it was $80, and now this microphone is only $25 on Amazon, everybody. $25. I love this microphone.
Before I went to law school, I was in the broadcasting business, and Shure is a big name, so I just got a big boring black ones. Like,
Thank you.
Mom, all the other kids have those, and so there it is. But yeah, so you're unique.
We're gonna have to spray paint yours
$25
blue
now
and
on
bedazzle it.
No, that's okay.
FI-
No, we're leaving it black. It's
FI-
staying that way. That's the way. But anyhow, I think it's kind of crazy when people put them right in the picture. It's like, I was always, when I was in the TV biz, we were taught to hide those things. And in fact, we do have lavalier microphones that you hide. So I find it funny that a lot of the podcasters, they've got to put it right in the picture to show they have a nice big mic. Because when I was in the TV biz, and I'm sorry, I apologize in advance for all the noise I'm about to make, but we were trained to keep things as normal as possible. So that's why I keep it down there. But I don't know why we went down that rabbit hole.
I love it. I mean, that is interesting to think about when you think about traditional media versus podcasting. It's almost like a flex.
I have a big mic. Look at my big mic.
Exactly. That's what everybody seems to be doing. Everybody wants to point out that they got their microphone. Oh.
But no, if you watch TV, which I guess fewer and fewer people do, they really hide the mics. I mean, when they do those sit downs, I'm old enough to remember Barbara Wawa.
Pearly Gates City. When you are gaming, you are putting yourself in another world. Gaming can be very isolating. Lainey cannot have said it any better. Thanks, girl. In fact, she seems to be an expert. In other words, gaming totally dissociates you, which most of us don't find healthy. Obviously, gaming is not going to bring healing. It will program her. My advice, if any like gaming, do volunteer work at an animal shelter or helping the elderly. And I appreciate the kind words, everybody. Thank you. I saw someone comment on my hair a while back. Thank you. I see you. Love you. Shout out to everybody who says good things about us. And those of you who don't, if you still comment, we still, appreciate it. Give us the metrics. But yeah, I mean, I still have my stack of games right here. Yeah. I definitely agree that, while there can be some relaxing games, that's usually not like in the mainstream. And definitely how you say, like, it can program you. I would definitely say that not all the time, and there's a lot of cases where people become a lot more bitter and hostile in gaming, and I do appreciate when I watch gamers, the people who are kind of positive and upbeat, and if it's a multiplayer game, not just straight up insulting the other person, which is a lot of what goes on in gaming, as I'm sure some people are familiar with.
Well, that's good insight. My entire experience with gaming is Word Womp. I don't even know if that's still around, but Word Womp was great. It's kind of like electronic Scrabble. You get a bunch of letters. That was always an intellectual challenge for me. And then the other one was Rodents Revenge. The cats chase the rodents, and then the rodents turn around and chase the cats. And see
sounds like Pac-Man.
It's a little bit more advanced than Pac-Man, but not a lot. And I went through a phase where I was kind of addicted to that, but then it went away. So I can't imagine you to inform our audience as to what it's all about. But I mean, the reason we went way deep into that rabbit hole a couple of episodes ago is because it had been said in one of the newspaper articles that poor Dylan Mortensen, who did have, an initial shock phase, and she was having survivor's guilt, that one of the ways that she was dealing with her survivor's guilt was by gaming and healing, and that gaming was healing. And I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist either, but I mean,
it can be.
Whatever you can do to relax and escape, fine. As long as it's productive.
I was going to say, Word Womp.
Well, yeah, I mean, you never heard of that one?
Well, no, I'm just saying, if you're playing Word Womp, if that's your gaming, you might be a little bit more chilled out than somebody playing League of Legends. I'm a fan. You have a good, healthy gaming. You're a healthy.
That's one thing I need to add. Hey, if anybody's on this where they're doing live questions, ask Andrew next time if when he played Word Womp, if it did get intense. Because I bet you I could see him getting as intense in Word Womp as she would be in League of Legends. I could see it.
Healthy gamer.
what they do is they give you a whole bunch of letters,
Ask
and
for
you've got to
me.
make as many words out of it as possible. And it's like
Ask
I
for
would
me.
always get mad because I didn't get them all. I didn't get all the words, and so there was stress involved because I didn't get them all. And it's darn it, I didn't get
Yeah,
that
see what
word.
I'm
Darn
saying?
it. Can I spell apple with only one P?
That's
No.
right, like, yeah.
Everybody watching right now, if they're watching from a mobile phone, they almost have definitely seen and probably played Wordscapes and knows exactly
Right.
what you're talking about right now.
I think they're similar. Yeah, I think they're similar. And there's another word game out there that I see people all the time on my Facebook. They say, I got a score of such and such. I'm like, yeah, fine. Okay.
I was like, love that for you.
Damn, I do Facebook gaming. I need to see if he wants to play a game of pool, and maybe we could stream it. A game of Facebook pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow, well, I
Facebook
guess
pool.
it's time to say thanks, folks. Thank you very much for sticking with us. If you've stuck with us this
He
long,
plays
and,
Facebook
if you have
games, so do I.
original ideas for our future.
If you got a YouTube, Facebook, send me a friend request. First name EVILLE, last name CJ. Let's shoot some pool sometime, or play a card game or something.
Programming, please feel free to suggest them down in the comments. We do read all the comments, and as we pointed out before, we do get some hate. Please be respectful, be nice. We read them all, and as long as the pluses outnumber the minuses, we will keep going. Right?
Thank you guys so much. And I do want to say thank you if you made it this far, to everybody watching, and thank you so much to the YouTubers out there loving and supporting our channel. Evil CJ, we saw you the other day live streaming, and that was awesome. And another, wonderful, positive person, and as well as Harsh Reality. So
Thank you, community.
definitely,
Thank you,
everybody,
Harsh.
check out
Thank
the other
you,
channels in the
community.
Crimosphere. And we appreciate everybody who shares and enjoys our content. So thank you guys so much.
Oh.
Yep.
And I thank them so much. You know what? Beautiful people. Beautiful people. I can't wait. Beautiful people. You know what I'm saying? Andrew, if you're not watching this, or I'm gonna send you an email. I'm gonna send you something special for your streams up there. Lady Justice mixed with About the Law, something. We're going to get something special for you, something transparent, something that you... I can't wait. Beautiful. Man, I can't say anything, but like, great channel. I'm so proud that they're part of this true crime community. Just amazing people. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you all are part of this community. Thank you so much for hanging out in the show. Thank you for your company, your conversation. It's a little late now. I kind of went past where I was going to be going for the show. So I'm not sure if I'm going to pop on and do some gaming tonight or not. It is kind of late, but I don't know. I might end up doing it for a little bit, but if not, I'll see you tomorrow. Hope you all have a peaceful and positive evening. Thank you so much for your support. It means everything to me. It truly does, because I am the only income for this household, and the support is what helps. And so I appreciate every single bit of it. Thank you, Kelly Miller, for your donation in the beginning. And thank you, everybody, for all your love and peace and positivity and support to all of these true crime YouTubers, because it takes all of us. It's a community effort. And it's not just the people that are behind the camera, it's the people that are in chat, and even the people that aren't even comfortable enough yet to type. But that they might be talking to somebody else, So thank you, everybody. Great show. We're going to have another one tomorrow. Thank you so much. Share this one. This is a lot of crazy info tonight, guys. Good night.
Thank you.